Here we are playing 1822 Max. My lights are still too dim and buzzing too much, but yeah, it's a nice rainy day to boot. It's funny, I planned on going up playing a little raid. I did that, packaging the video and whatnot, and then going to sleep. Brushed my teeth and everything, all that kind of shit. And I got about 20 minutes before something appears in raid that I kind of want to do. I'm like, I can come down and play a little bit more. I don't feel that way about anything else. Sometimes I feel like, oh, I really should come, go play this. But XX is just so fucking addictive for me compared to everything else. It brings me back when I was first playing 1830. And, would set it up on my bedroom floor. I had a single room that I was renting in a house. Actually, my wife my to-be first wife and I were living together at the time. And although I had actually started playing it before I met her. But I would just set it up and play it straight through. And just, and want to play again right away. And it's still one of the few systems that just drives me to want to play in a way that's just kind of weird, to tell you the truth. All right. So let's start with the stock round. I got the numbers look the same as they were last time. And that is probably not right. Fuck. I think I forgot to arrange who was supposed to go first and who wasn't. Oh, shit me. I told you I was going to make mistakes, and this whole mechanism is very painful for me. All right, let me try to figure out where the cards should be, because I'm pretty sure he should not be first. There were people sitting on fair amounts of money. Because the minors didn't go, or the privates didn't go for much. So I think, he had basically drained himself. He should be fifth. I can tell you that. He was out of money. Out of money. So no one else was absolutely out. But I suspect fourth is over here. I'll shuffle them around and make a best guess. I think this is what we're going with. First and second, I suspect these guys were at the same. I can't be sure because he pulled in 10, 20, 30 and one company, and he pulled in two companies, which probably produced about 20. So I think he had less money, actually. And I think this guy had less money because he made a big run. Anyway, this is probably pretty close to it. And we start off, hey, got enough money to buy a miner. I look around, money's open, I believe, in this one. If it's not, I don't know. It is hidden trackable information if it's not. Let's see. All personal and company assets are public knowledge. So that makes it easier on me, which means he looks and sees the highest amount of cash that's available is 105, which is what he has. He can put a bid on whatever miner he wants and just get it. So in phase 2 now, which means miners start at the stock value of the winning bid divided by 2 and round it down. Now, if I bid 105, it still puts it on the 50 space, which means I don't really... I don't get extra cash in the company or anything. There's one miner that's really worth it, which is the 7. All the rest of them are kind of iffy. The 15, I don't remember. It's down here. Eventually it's going to be kind of nice, I assume, but it's really in kind of a crappy location right now. Not making a lot of money until somebody upgrades Mexico City, The 8 is over in hell, and the 6 is okay, but it's up in that northwestern area. It's not connected to anything. If you don't have a port, now I have a port, but I have a port that this could use. So I don't really need it. So the first player, yeah, he dropped his 105 here. I could get one for 100. And here's the question. Is it worth $100 to say grab this, have some synergy between them? Maybe my yellow company here, I'll be able to connect that all up and have kind of a powerful position in the northwest, where things aren't really worth much. Although there are some values up there. I mean, let's look at Mexico City. Mexico City goes up to 100 on the gray. This goes up to 80. This goes to 60. It could be a nice little rundown here that makes decent money. There's no question about that. So it's not a horrible position. Another option is I could give that up. Let this guy buy it if he wants it. The 6 is not going to go away. Only the 15 is likely to go away. And put bids in on some interesting miners or privates. The Pullman is interesting. The mail contract is interesting. The building cubes, not so much. Get some income off of those. Eventually be able to use some of these. And just live with that as the option of being able to improve my companies that way. I don't know. I'm about the only person who's interested in the 6 particularly, so it'll be there for a while. It's probably not going to jump up to the 1 with so many crappy rails out there. So I don't know. A couple of die rolls, we ended up in maximal possible reasonable investment in the miners again. Still playing with that. Hey, miners are good, man. They're always good in XX, right? I don't know if they really are here. But yeah, he put the 105 in. Blue put the 100 in on 15, which is not far from his world. So maybe appealing, you know. And that gets me to the last couple of players who, yeah, now they're going to be able to get the privates. Be stupid though. Let me wind back because I'm not used to things being zeros, right? This guy bid all his money, but he's got 2 more cubes. He'll put on these 2. This guy has 2 more cubes that he can play and $5. So he'll do that. 3 has no extra money and there are no zeros available. So he'll be passing. So then we go to 4 with that option. And he's going to bid on the ones he wants. And this is where the bids ended up, midway through, whatever. And 1, 2, and 3 have no more cash that they can play in, right? They just can't afford the prices that these have gotten to. Gray, on the other hand, has piles of cash. They're only committed to $15 for this. This is the one they can't play on. But I look at Pink, and if only Pink and I are playing, Pink's got $15 committed to this. That means they only have $20. That'd be enough that they could run into that if they want to. Okay. I can't do anything about that. I can't increase my own bid, even though it would be valuable to me. But I can increase this bid to 25, which means he can't do anything. Now, if I increase this bid as well, then Pink has all kinds of choices and can get the Pullman. But this way, I guarantee myself the Pullman. That puts it on Pink. Right now, I've got $15 committed. That means I have $20 total. I might as well grab the mail contract, or at least raise its price. We go back through the others. They all pass. And we get back to him. Now, what's his situation? Gray is sitting on $25 committed, and I could put another 25 in for the mail contract and guarantee the 2 that I want. and that'll be a pass all around. Nobody's got money to play around with those shares. They're not worth that much. They would have been good investments for people with $100 if they wanted to play in the contracts and whatnot, but yeah, or in the privates, but they chose not to. Okay, so now it's time to start handing out yet more little miner companies. 3 more of them floating. Signing the miners. I haven't put the tokens out yet. I got to do that, but hold on. I really ought to put them on the cards. That worked really well the first time, and it's not worked well since. There's one company that was not bought, but because we're in the 2 phase, they get a 2 train now. They don't have anywhere they can run it, but hook this up, and they do. And it's free to do so because there's a cube there. Of course, somebody else is playing that cube, but that's okay. The other thing is, what else? Yeah, there are no miners in the one slot didn't go unsold, so nothing gets destroyed and converted, and we don't get yet another train, which would have been really problematic. I don't know. It might have been problematic. We would have had 2 trains. We would have to get rid of an L train. All right. Kind of annoying situation because I removed these ahead of time. But I think 15 was in the company 1 space. 7 was paid the most money. So they actually, I think they float ahead. Otherwise, 7 floats last. Let me check the ordering of this. They floated at the same price. Yeah, no. Highest bid is on top. Yeah. Okay, so everything floated at 50, but the 7 was bid at 105, whereas everything else was bid at 100. The 15 was in the minor company 1 spot, so it beats out the 6, which was, I think, here. Or it may have been the 7 here and the 6 here. I think actually that's what it was. So I got the stock prices at the right place for those. And now, when am I allowed to convert? Is that would be a stock action, I believe. Wow. Are we allowed to float yet? Concessions may be converted to directors' certificates during the stock rounds. Wow. Yes, people might have wanted to do that. Let me see. Again, I'm like, that could have been done after all the bids are done, right? But you have to have the cash on hand to do it. So, what would that cost anyone? Well, the concessions are worth $100 each. The minimum stock price is 120. So somebody would have to have a $20 to do this. Which means if he had a concession, he could do it. Because, we haven't spent those out yet. I don't think anybody with a concession has enough money. He has the Mexican Central. He could start that. Let's see. He could also sell this to be able to start something. But the Mexican Central comes out of, good God, who knows where, comes out of here, which doesn't look terribly valuable. I think the 10% of this is worth more. So this would be running at like 20. I think with an L train. I don't think it's worth like the most he's going to get is like $4. So he's better off holding the concession. And nobody else has the cash and a concession. So yeah, nobody would have converted concessions. So I did things right. I'm rewinding stuff because so much in this game is so different, and I'm just forgetting things like, hey, I can convert those concessions. It's kind of cool, but it is hard to swallow the differences. That means I just continue on and we go to the mail contract. Shit. I've moved the cards in a stupid order, apparently. I'm not sure how to do this right, but I started giving to the people with the least money, but now I don't remember what was here and what was here. 3 was here. 1 and 2 were there. He was drained at 5, I think, which means I think 1 is here. Again, these mechanisms are not easy to cope with. Like, I feel like you got to kind of write down how much money each person has, or maybe use a second set of numbers as a temporary setup. I'm trying to think, how would it work? If I went from the highest first, the highest money, if I took the highest money person, no, because I'd still be pulling cards. So if we ended up with a tie, as these two people have, $20 each, I would be deleting information that I need. So I can't just swap the cards. I've got to remember to keep some kind of numerical count. A second set of numbers, maybe 5 dice or whatever, just to indicate placements when I take cards away. But there we go. Now we're in phase 2. There's going to be 2 operating rounds on this phase, and I guess we got to replenish. That's what we got to do. Okay, so here's the replenishment. Let's take a look. Well, first of all, there's the crappy 8, which I'm assuming will crash and generate an extra train and an extra token over here. I'm assuming. The 23, which is way over here, might be interesting. There's a couple of T's over there. Other than that, not much. The 16, which is up here, that's not a bad space at all. And then the 9, which is over here, which is better than the 6 was. And then for privates, another 3 cubes. That's not too interesting, but it's money, and it can save your corporation a decent amount of money. If each cube, you count each cube as being worth $40 for a corporation, basically. Yeah, you could spend 20 on it, but basically either it's going to be 2 of them for an 80 or 1 of them for a 40 or a 20. A permanent 2 train, that's a big deal. Now, I believe that thing has to run on its own track, but it does give you another nice little run. Especially, this can be used right away, but it needs a corporation to be used, right? Because it's red. And then this other one, declare 2 times cash holding. What the fuck's that? Player owner may declare double cash holding to determine player... yes. Well, that's interesting. Let's look at that one, because unlike like a train or cubes, that sounds like something the player might want to be able to do. It's not a one use, it's each operating round, but I bet you have to have a corporation for it. So that is P7. If held by a player, the holding player may declare double their actual cash holding at the end of a stock round. If held by a company, it pays a revenue of 20. It pays higher revenue. Okay, so yeah, this is an interesting one where you can gain priority more easily. That's kind of weird. The amount of these that are different and that are unfamiliar is part of the pain process. I think this is an overburdened game. I'm intrigued by it. I'm enjoying it, but it feels like there's just too much going on. I shouldn't have this way. I was looking at this because I paid out the fixed income stuff. And I'm like, oh, there's one of these over here. It's a 0. No, wait, this is a 3-2 train. It is not a private company any longer. Once it's been bought, it turns, these flip over, which is something important. That's the only private that's been bought, though. So we're okay with that. I think we go to the miners now. I also don't know quite the timing, so housekeeping. When does housekeeping happen? It looks like it actually happens during the operating round. So these L trains shouldn't have been placed already. This is important because if the Mexican had been unable to get a 2 train, it would have pulled a 3 train. Well, am I able to get the L trains? Huh. I think I'm able to keep getting them. Yeah. I can get one even though we're in phase 2. Just making sure. Because otherwise the miners are really questionable. You'd have to float them with enough money to buy a 2 train. All right. And he held on to his railway, which he wouldn't have had to do. He could have bought himself another miner. But again, the choices of the miners weren't all that appealing. But I could have sold this to get the money to make a bid on the interesting one, the 7. It was an option, didn't take it. So now the first of the companies is the 18, which is right. You know, games like 1835 down there, they made it common, right? The miners, they have a number on them and whatever. There were like 6 in that. Here there's 24. I just don't find that. When the number of miners starts getting too big, it starts getting kind of painful to deal with just all these numbers. It's one thing to be like, the 1 goes, the 2 goes. The 24 goes. And here, worse, they have stock values, which makes it really weird. But anyhow, what I wanted to show was the 18 is going to use its cube here. Doesn't matter that it's its, but it's going to use the cube there to hook this track up, and whatever that ends up meaning, that's what they wanted to do. Now they have a 2 train, which is a big deal, but not really. I have a 3-2, which I can run 1, 2, 3, which will go 30, 60, 70, 80 is 40, and 50 is 90, so I pay out 45 and 45. The thing we have to pay attention to, and I don't know if I have been. Oh no, if they pay out, they pay out. Right. Yeah, they don't have to match their stock value in order to go up in value. Really struggling to hold the rules in my head, right? All right. And that'll put it on the 12. 12 is over there, but it's also over here. Careful, 1 cube's not enough. We need to put a 2nd cube here. Because we can't really afford to spend our money on blasting, even if we had enough. But the reason for that, we make the 30 and 30, or we make the 30. That's 15 and 15. And I think we get to buy a 2, or we get to upgrade to a 2 now. There's my 80 bucks. I'm now a 2 train, and I'll be making 25 and 25 after this. Our companies, though, do not have enough to upgrade, so the 5 here, making its 10 and 10, still at 50, 60, 70. I need to get another run in before I can upgrade. And that's assuming there's 2 trains left. The 6 seemed like a good idea, but I didn't think about it too hard. He's got to pay to get himself a run at all. Yeah, that's going to reduce my capability of any kind of upgrade anytime soon. Back to the only player with that. Now, this I believe gets a double play, right? No, wait, I don't know. Let's see, build action. I gotta see the NDE. Gets 1 yellow tile build action. Yeah, never doesn't get 2. So I could upgrade this, or try to upgrade this. I don't have a lot of options here, but I am running a lot of trains. So I've got 2 L's and I've got a deuce. My deuce can run there, and that's really it. So I guess I just take another cube, put it there, figuring it'll go somewhere that I'll be able to get to. And now my run is going to be 30, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100. So I make a 10 run. That pays out. It has to. And I get 10 big bucks for that, which is the same as I would get for any other $100 concession or whatever. The one nice thing about this, though, this is sellable. I can get rid of that. And I couldn't get rid of a concession. They cost me money to convert them into something of value. I can't get rid of my privates for money. There's no way to raise money off of non-stocks. The miners, they're certificates, but they're not, I can't sell them, right? So this was the only thing that I could hold, that I could pick up, that doesn't lose me capital, right, in terms of investment capabilities. And that pretty much is the thing. Now, I've run 2 L's and a deuce. I'm not too far behind. I would really like to see another corporation or another miner fall into me. There's one that looks really likely. At the very least, then I can run my 3rd L train. I think that's going to push us to the next operating round. And I'm going to swap batteries. We'll do that out. And then I think it's time for me to break. 18 here is running at 65.65, including this. And I've got 115 bucks. I'm close, actually 117. I'm close to being able to buy myself another deuce. I can't really use it. I only have 1 dot, but and you know, this extra permanent train is kind of like, well, it's making, oh, I cheated. It's not making 65 and 65. I didn't cheat last time. So it's making 50, 30, 60, 80, 50 and 40 is 90. It's making 45 and 45. So I owe 20 from each. Feels a whole lot better. And I can't do anything with these because I don't have a big corporation. So we just keep rocking on. We're not at the 3s, so the Pullman can't go, the extra tile lay can't go. Blow up a small station. I could build a small port, but there's still no reason. I might as well collect the 10 bucks around that I'd get. because this closes it out, right? Yeah. No, it produces 10 bucks for the company, so I could actually shift money into my miner, which might not be a bad idea. So that's one thing in 1835. Sometimes you bid extra, like you could in this, but here it generates stock value. You bid extra to be able to get more cash in your miner. Also in 2038 does this as well, because you can utilize that money. And I could give this small port, say to the 3, and then it's getting an extra 10 bucks income each turn. I believe, like, yes, it might be worth it, but I feel like you really have to understand the cost benefit analysis on something like that. You can't just kind of say, I could get, my 2 train a little faster and that would be good. Yeah, it would be good, but is it 10 bucks a round good? Like, is that 10 bucks a round worth giving up? Because in this game, that's a fair amount of money right now. All the older companies in that line there have upgraded to deuces. I'm going to start increasing their revenue a little bit, whatever that ends up meaning. It doesn't really push the trains faster because they're just flipping their cards over. The only thing that's pushing them is this, and people bringing out more miners. I cheated. I just caught myself about to do it again. So I wanted to curve up this way to get into there. I think this track is illegal. Mexico City. The 5 unbuilt hexes are reserved around Mexico City are reserved for the adjoining companies. It cannot have a yellow tile placed on them without the agreement of the director or concession holder. However, any company with a route to the hex side may lay a builder cube in it for following normal rules. If that company controls such a hex, has no director or concession holder, then a tile may only be laid if it connects the Mexico City. So the IRM, I don't know if it's held by anyone. One there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, nobody holds it, but I couldn't go straight up. The 20 laid this. They would have had to lay, and this would be legitimate, a wide curve in there to prevent anything illegal from happening. So that's allowable. This guy could actually prevent them from even hooking in if somebody owned that concession. But since nobody does, I can hook in, and that's more or less what I want to do. But that brings a question for the 15, what the hell they're going to do. Because they would have really liked to have curved up into here, but that doesn't really do them anything. Who's running the 15? This guy is. He does not have... Oh, hi. He does not have... somebody spooked him, or her. Where's the 14? The 14's coming up pretty soon. He does not have the Pullman, which would be the cool thing that would help this. And there isn't one here. There is one coming up, but I don't know. Oh, hi, little guy. Hey, Buck. They ignore me, as they should. I think it's the males on the scent that just are so fixated. Oh, somebody's moving around again. Oh, there's all kinds of interesting stuff happening. But I think I missed it all. I think somebody started chasing. Oh well. Some serious friskiness going on up here. He tried to get on top of her. No. I don't know, they're in the woods there. But she was all the way down here. Anyway, I'm still trying to figure out, I laid the track. It's not too complicated. When you're not being distracted by the wildlife. The very wildlife. He's coming down this way. I can't go into here. I'm not going to be able to get into here. At least I can lay some track up here. And I don't know. Among other things, I can do some blasting with cubes and whatnot. And at least open things up. I moved to the black counter because even though it was just beginning to get annoying, and I can see why that was added. It definitely does help to some extent. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out the 15. It's not doing anything exciting. It's doing 10 and 10. Fine. I just get confused so easily, Hey, squirrel, deer. All right, so that's the end of the minors. And that means we're going to be hitting the good old National again. And I'm kind of pretty close to being out of track. I can lay a cube. It's about all I can do to bridge this, because again, it doesn't have any money. It's not allowed to operate quickly, and then it runs for whatever the hell it runs for, which is 50, and then a regular deuce. 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, yeah. So 10 a share again. And it goes forward. This is the last time it goes forward, though. Let's me to the stock round, and let's flip this over. This is going to start getting more complicated because people have enough money to start creating corporations. But there's always the opportunity cost of giving up a private or a minor, which you split 50-50. Sure, the income might not be as high as you can make with the corporation, but you might have some capabilities that make the corporation more interesting. So I'm going to have to think pretty hard. I hope I'm in a state to do so when I get around to it. Like, I feel like I kind of know enough of what I'm doing right now to do it right now, but I'm also very, very tired and don't want to. I know I'm going to mess shit up. I've been messing some shit up already. We're seeing the tracks beginning to form, the little squibbles of spaghetti that an 18XX game often generates. And there's a lot of companies right down here, so it is kind of interesting. Let's make sure I don't. I knew it. If there's a city on the board and there's not one of these on it, there should be. That's pretty much what the case is. Sure, there are a couple that don't have one, but yeah, almost everything has something. Either a corporation start or whatever. And it's important because, or it might be important. It's not important because nobody has any corporations yet, but it's important because you can't put a dot in these spaces. And that's why they've got a reserved space on them that no one can take. And that's why it's important to have them marked. All right. Oh, wow. See, I see the money, and that looks enough like the numbers that I'm like, oh wait, there's another rail, and it's not like they only go up to 9 or whatever. They're up in the 20. Like there is a 20 somewhere. He's on the board already, but it's like, yeah, how different is that from this, or whatever. I don't know. All right. Obviously too tired to keep going. For just a couple hours of sleep, maybe 3 total. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I know I woke up in between a little bit. My back's hurting, so my sleep's been troubled. But and dreams of my coronation day. That's a first. My predecessor was abdicating, and I had a chat with him about pocket watches. It was dull as fuck. And everything, like, I don't know, whatever. I just had to put on the sociable mask, not just with everyone, basically, and it was just ugly as hell. To an extent that I haven't before. All right. So we're going to try to play a little bit more before it's time for raid. And we are in a stock round, it appears. And I got to follow the stupid numbering thing. I was told, first of all, the normal style track apparently is called curvilinear. I don't know. But this stuff is called Lawson track because Chris Lawson designed it. I always have mixed feelings about it. And obviously, look, whatever. But angled works for me. Because I won't remember very well. I have played some Lawson games. But, alright. Let's try to figure out what we're up to. So, cash-wise, it's important to know everybody's cash because of the way the bidding works in this. I looked at him, he's like 120, same as him, great. And we were 1 and 2. I get to go first. Whatever I bid on, that other guy can't buy. Yeah, except there's somebody sitting here with 160 something. Yeah, we know who the winner is now, right? Whoever makes the early money wins. I'm convinced of that. And early, now there might be some exceptions. Maybe the extra $20 that he made off this is of some value. That brings him to about 140, so he's a little closer, but he's still not up there, right? Anyway, there's 2 things. One, this guy has a share he can actually get rid of, and this guy has more cash. So I don't have any real guaranteed bonus. The best of the companies is definitely 16. If I wanted a miner, I could just dump into that. But maybe I'm better off. Is it the best? I actually didn't look at 9. 9 is down, yeah. So. I could just dump my 120 in that and hope for the best. 120 is not bad. I start at a bid value of 60. $120 means I can start off with a 2 train, which is kind of cool. But, whatever's. Other options, though, are I don't have a corporation available to me yet, and maybe I want one. Maybe. There are a limited number of concessions in this game. Very limited. 3 of them are already out, right? Yeah, 3 of them are already in people's hands, and there are 4 more left. I might have difficulty getting a concession, and then I won't be able to start a corporation, which probably is something you want, if past experience means anything. Definitely is something I want since I have the mail contract, so I got to think about that. I already have 2 miners with the 12 and 20. Sure. Not really a synergy between them, but again, whatever. So what is currently available on those? Because those might be of interest to me. So the IRM is down here. That hooks right up to my 20. And I mean, yeah, I could break it out, but the MIR, that opens up way up here, which isn't a bad location, but it doesn't have any synergy for me. The FNM, which is up here, which may be the best of my choices. Because that gets me into maybe a playground up here, connects me up with 12. So that's of interest. And if I'm going to drop a bit on that, I may well want to also be bidding on some privates. I kind of feel the press here. I don't think I'm going to get the best company out of the miners. And I've already got 2 miners. So it may be time to start thinking about my long-term future. Even though this thing only makes 10 bucks a round, at least it has some possibility of growth, you know. I'll drop a couple of zero bids. If other people for some reason feel like they have to play a lot of cubes in things that aren't miners, I don't think that's going to be the case. Everybody's kind of short on cash. I don't think anything's going to go for zero, but I kind of don't want to expend the extra 20 because maybe I really want this. I have one more cube if I want to go for either another one of those or if I want to go for a miner. I chose the 3 building cubes because they actually would help me at this point. And the 2 train seems like a great idea, especially if I'm going to start a corporation soon. Just an extra deuce. This is neat. Because it has effects in addition to its revenue. 2 did a similar technique. They went for the best of the lines, just at 100. Yeah. 120 might not be a bad bid, but I put $5 in on this and a 0 here. I could have foregone bidding on the 2 train. I kind of don't think, like, to me it doesn't seem like the L train is that big a hurt. Unfortunately, though, the L's are rusted by the 3, which means when this pile runs out, they're doomed. So buying one late might not be the greatest idea, but I should have enough time still, I think, to be able to leverage my way up to a 2 train. It's getting kind of iffy, though, I think. You know, we're looking at 2 operating rounds per stock round. Things are beginning to move a little faster. We got to be getting close to when the game actually starts, right? Okay. For the 3rd player, he's actually thinking about starting his corporation. What would be involved if I did that? I probably am not going to because I think I make more money off of running these suckers, right? Even though I can throw some cash in, buy deuces, whatever. I don't think that's what the game's about. It might be interesting to explore whether there's a technique there. You know, there are things in 1830 that, like, I had played many times, had been very good at, and then saw people do or came up with on my own in opposed play that I wouldn't have come up with playing solo. So again, you know, we're not going to see me discovering much about the game, to be honest. We're going to see me discovering sort of the core of it and how interesting I think it would be to keep exploring. So I have one that has a nice synergy here, and while the 3 has a 2 train on it, the 6 does not. An influx of money might allow me to run a better company and get sort of some leverage off that. So let's look at what that's going to cost me. I would be able to start this at any value. 60 to 100, right? The 6 right now, if I was folding that in, is currently worth 70 bucks per. So let's say I started at 100, because capitalizing big is usually a good idea. The 6 would be where the shares, well, the 6 doesn't actually matter on this. I paid 100 for this. It would cost me another 100 to boost it up to a $200 company. And then, not in the first operating round, but in the second operating round, I could absorb the 6. Now, what would I make with that 100? I would have a 2 train, right? Actually, it would start with 200 bucks, I believe. Let me make sure I understand how these start. I believe it would start with 200 bucks, converting a concession. Yeah, so I could put up to $200 in it. As long as I start it at least 60, where I'd have to put 20 extra bucks in, I would be able to buy a deuce. And maybe that's good enough, as having a deuce and a 6 on this. I would be able to run a 5 run, or a 50 run. That would make me 10 bucks. What would I be getting off of if I started, say, the 16? I would be able to get 15 bucks off that, and it would be accumulating cash more quickly. I'm sorry, the 16's over here. Just as an example. Now, I only have 105 bucks, so I may not be able to get the 16. The 9 is closer to being hooked up to my stuff. Would not allow me to build this way. I would have to build this way with the 6 and this way with the 9. It may not be all that appealing. Meanwhile, this is pulling in 10 bucks a share, which is what I'd be getting off my 2 shares. So my 2 shares of this would get me what they're getting me now, right? But I would have to throw my 100 bucks in. So I'm basically buying a third thing, a third big thing with that. It doesn't feel like the early money is asking for this. I've already got it locked in. I don't think I need to do anything. Or I don't think I want to do anything with it yet. I understand why somebody's bidding on a concession at this point. I don't understand why I would. So that's definitely something to consider there. And if that's the case, do I want yet another miner? They seem to produce good money. Well, if I can get one, why not? To keep in mind that I should be careful about, though, is the concept of the destination. So the FCM, I've already made the decision with him. He made his bid on the line that connects up with the other stuff he's got, and a small bid on the building cubes. It looks like those might be helpful for breaking out at some point. Why not? Okay. But now I'm thinking, hey, wait. I have to get to where the FCM is going. Now this is hard. The FCM starts down here. But where's its destination? I'm not seeing it offhand. It may be covered under something. Should be under here. Yeah. So I would get my destination cube right away. Well, not right away. I'd have to absorb the 18. absorbing the 18 is kind of vital to the FCM, I think. So what does that mean? Well, the destination cube isn't going to help me too much because I'm not going to get the doubling run there. Let me make sure the 3-2 works the way I think it does. I've been looking at it and treating it. Normal 3 train, its earnings are halved. Yeah, it's not something, it's not one of the trains which can run over the same track as something else. The E train does that. Which means, what do? Well, I'd probably be looking at trying to move the 18 into the FCM relatively early. If I built the FCM right now, I could get my 2 train or whatever, and it wouldn't affect my income here. What it would affect, see, I've got my destination hooked up. I don't need to worry about that. Which means the only thing I really need to worry about is that run. That would be a 50 run, which is the same as this other company had, and I decided that was not a great deal. Why has the 15 got a damn port? Where am I going? Oh, I guess I'm coming out here. Okay. All right. So I think I may want the best of the companies, the 16, which also has a nice synergy with everything. I go over and I look at Pink. Pink has spent $5. They have 115 left. Everyone else has stuff committed except Gray. Gray can go up to 120. So if I want to protect myself, I need to put 120 bid on the 16. And I think I do want to own it. It has too much synergy with my own stuff. And then I'll make some choices as to whether or not I want to buy into any of the any of the privates. 120 bid guarantees me this. Sure, it frees up some money from Pink, but Pink also only has 120. So I feel like this is a pretty nice setup. I've put myself into the 2 corporate privates. If I can get them at that price, they're definitely worth it to me. And that'll push me on to the final player. He would love to buy himself a concession, but he only has $75, so that's not going to happen. See, he's in last place. And he's running 3 miners. Which again, I think of as the best thing. It may be, once these start kicking in and making me some revenue, I may be in pretty good shape. But what do I want to do? Well, I also have no privates, which is somewhat problematic. So I think I want to consider putting bids in on the privates. My companies are 5 and 7 over here. There are no ports, but that's okay. I don't need ports. And I may need a little bit of blasting, and 24 down here, which is really iffy, but there's not a lot of blasting cost there. So I think I'll just bid in on the privates. This has gotten too high, or is too high. So yeah. I have $10 bids on these 2. I'm not going to put on this one. This one doesn't produce any income. And income's pretty important to me. It looks like it's going to be a long time before I get a corporation. It also looks like it's the most contested of them. So yeah, let's go for these. I break even on both of these. That's great, because I'm not going to be able to do anything until next stock round in terms of growing. And, you know, we'll hope our money starts kicking in or whatever. We may end up bidding higher on them. Feel like there's a bit of a competition for these right now. Played in on this at 100. There's reasons to debate that. I could have gone and fought for the Southern Pacific. I have the cash for it, but, and I haven't made a decision yet. I may boost some of my bids on miners. But that's part of the thing. I could spend 120. That would give me a start at 60, just like he's taking here, which would allow me to buy a 2-train. But I'm not going to be hooked up for the 2-train right away. Getting a 2-train would mean my stock value goes down by 1 right away. And I think I can get to the conversions, before the 3s run out. That's basically the thinking. It's the same thinking I had over here. So I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to fiddle around with the miners or with the privates and see, is there something there? Because my bid got overcalled here and I can't do anything about it. Bit of a lie, I can do something about it. I've got a pile of cash here if I wanted it. Do I want the 16 more? Hold on. Because the 23 doesn't really appeal to me. But the 16... What are those deuces? Deuces cost 120. If I started at 90, I can get a 2. I can get the starting L, so I don't lose ground, and buy a 2. And it's set up in my area, right? Well, not really. I've got the stupid 2-train up here. This is the thing, like, if I start this fucker, but I made a roll to compare between that and the 9, I just don't believe the 9's that exciting. If I grab the 9, I'm not in the happiest of position here. CHP, which is one that I might like, well, that's the one that's not available, so I'd have to wait a turn for that anyway. Whew, boy. Is it worth throwing a whole bunch of money in to get 2 trains on a private? Well, this isn't going to go up in income anymore. Of course, after I sell it, it will. It's of interest. $110. I would still have 100 more left that I could throw into something else. So why don't we do that? Now, let's check selling stock, because again, this game has so many weirdnesses. There might be a special rule for selling shares of the FDEN, not changing things. Selling NDEM does not affect the NDEM share price. Yeah, so nobody's going to make money off this. Now, this is a little... I'm being a little disingenuous here, because actually, if nobody bids on the 8, that's going to fall in, and we'll get another deuce, which reduces the number of L's we have, right? Like right now, running 3 L's makes perfect sense. Running 2 deuces doesn't. And I may actually have trouble. Like I could build into here and run one. That's not a doink. Run one between these 2. So I can actually do it, and I'll make more money off of it, but it's like, yeah, kind of weird. And it's going to be even weirder when it owns this and has no track there, because nobody owns any shares of the company, so they're not going to build it for it. Wow. Yeah, this is kind of funky. I mean, somebody may end up buying. I'm intrigued by the idea of trying to take the Atlamazak, the 16. I think that just works so much better with me. He has tons of money, though. If he wants it, he can play for it. And I'll have given up this share and then have to buy something. Worst comes to worst, I can buy this and put bids in on those. It is workable. It's workable. So I went up to a 125 bid on this, which isn't going to change the valuation nor the money that goes into its pocket compared to what Blue put in. But I didn't want to go up to the 140. That's a lot. And I'm choosing not to play with any of these, nor in here. Those are all opportunities that if I spend it now, they weaken my position right now. So that's another thing to keep in mind. As long as you do one thing, you're not going to lose out. You're going to get another go in the stock round. So I feel like dropping 3 bidding cubes, yeah, it might be useful early on or whatever. Grab those zeros, make sure. But also, put a claim down on something. Make sure that you get the 120 that another person has so you can cover them, whatever. It does make sense to play a few of them, but I don't know that it makes sense to drop 3 at a time. I think I've been a little too exuberant in some cases. Committing my cubes too early, but more importantly, possibly tying down my money. With the zeros, it doesn't matter. Blue jumps up to 140. That'll increase the stock price, increase the amount of capital that's on the company. Kind of just saying, okay, screw it, man. if you're going to force me out of the 120, I'm going all the way up. I do have $10 committed over here, but I have enough cash to cover that. By the way, the 3-player, all his money's committed. He's got $100 here. He's got 5 more bucks. There's nothing I can bid on that's 5. Think of a worst case situation for Pink. I have all this cash because I sold that share. And what do I do with it now? Well, I can bid on 2 other companies, maybe the 9 and the 23, or I could keep competing for the 16. Now, Blue has $10 committed. They can only go to 150. If I go to 150, I block them. But that leaves me with crappy cash here. So the real question is, do I want 2 miners, which would actually reduce the amount of trains that are falling? Not really. I mean, they fall anyway, right? Only if I take this one do I reduce the number of trains that fall. And that looks really stupid. So the 23 is interesting to me at $100. It doesn't seem like a bad buy. But what would I do with my extra $100? I could go for another concession, grab control of another corporation. It's making the same money as this would, so it's not really that bad a deal. Or I could throw big money into this, like the 150, which shuts him out. I don't know which to do. I refuse to give up. All right, I'm giving up, which means I want to make sure that I lock this in for now. Again, somebody overbids me, I'm not in there. And I think, again, that's all I want to do. I don't want to take multiple actions because I want to see how things play out before I make decisions on what my final bids on the privates are. Now we're coming back to him. We got people who are just passing. They're done. He's got that $140 bid, and he's got another $10 over here bid. Now I might lose that 2 train if I'm not careful, but I can't lose this anymore because Pink put this big bid in. That big bid means now I'm free to spend my money on something else, which I don't know what that might be. Like, I could boost my bid here. So let's see. I'm at 140, 150. I only have 10 bucks left. Yeah, I don't have anything I can spend my money on. So I'm passing. At this point, everybody has passed except Pink. Pink could do things one at a time, or they could do a bunch, whichever favors them more. It's kind of a hard call, right? Or I could put my bid in on this and really screw things over. That's not that bad an idea. I only have one of the privates, one of the miners. I could grab two more this turn by going for the 9. And the 9 is not far from my 2, so it might serve me some purpose. Another option is I could... No, this is the one I want. Yeah. What's this? MIR. But that's a destination. The MIR is... Fuck. I don't know where the MIR is. The MIR is up here. Which is not an unpleasant one for me. That's actually not that bad at all. I'm having trouble justifying the MCP. 23 doesn't really work with it. Let's see. This is, or the MC. This is the MC. And I'm bid on, and the 2 definitely is far, far away. So I've got a couple of choices here. I could buy another concession, which again, it makes as much as another thing. Or I could buy another private and maybe be over-invested in the privates. I'm sorry, in the miners. I could definitely get the MIR for 100, but I feel like these have more capacity to make money. So I think I'm going to try to shake it up with that. Oh, I'm not. I used all my cubes. So I can't shake it up with anything. I am going to end up with too much money left over because I sold that share. Fuck. All my plans. So that left me only the 2 train to go for, and Blue responded. Brown passed. Blue responded by going up to 20 bucks on that. Again, this is something that doesn't produce any income and isn't worth anything until you get a corporation. He already has a special permanent train. So maybe he shouldn't be doing this. This train doesn't count. But this one's a special already. And unless I have 2, you know what? I'm not going to boost my money on that. I'm going to let him have it because it was probably a bad idea for me to be bidding on it at all. But we are on the 5 company at this point, or the 5 player. And the 5 player is looking at, geez, I'm not getting anything. Is that what I want? There are 2 options where I could get 20 bucks, where I could pay 20 bucks to get 10 bucks in operating round. I'm not going to be able to use my money till next stock round. I will make it up in that. I am going to boost my bids on both of these. I feel like these have doubled in value in terms of like their minimum viability. 20 bucks is not at all unreasonable for them because by the next time that I'm able to spend money, I will have made that 20 bucks back. So I might as well throw my bids in on them, which may shake things up because I don't know, Gray may be boosting their bid and whatever. For Gray, they have 20 bucks that's unassigned. I could conceivably lose my FNM if I'm not careful, but I'm not that worried about it because then I could buy a different one. It is the one I want, but it would release me and I could do all kinds of funky shit. So, whatever. I have 20 extra bucks. I can't bid on either of these, but I could bid on the permanent 2 train. Now, unlike this guy who has the 3-2, I have a Pullman, but a Pullman's not a train. I had to look that up. doesn't count as one. I think it's worth dropping the bid up there. Which again puts pressure on pink. The thing that doesn't happen in most XX bidding mechanisms is bidding someone up to make them pay too much. Sure, sometimes it happens with initial packets and whatnot, but usually when you're sitting on your initial packet, first of all, like you have that money allocated, so you, and you do here too, but the difference is that's your initial money, and if you can get a lot of privates, that's usually a good thing. But you also usually don't have bids on a lot of different companies, on a lot of different privates. So quite often you're bidding to win it, and that's it. But here we're in a position where red just jumped over here. They may not actually want to win that at 30 bucks. They're kind of tight on cash, but they may think that pink, who is flush with cash, is perfectly willing to buy that one. We've come to the point where, yeah, pink was willing, where red's not willing to keep pushing it. It comes to a point where, yeah, if I get stuck with this, it would really hurt me. 30, okay, I lose 10 bucks, whatever. But at 40, I'm losing 20 bucks. That's beginning to get to be an ugly situation. So I'm going to let pink have that. So this is our current set of bids. Let me get the tokens out for the numbers that are in play, and then start assigning things. So because 8 wasn't bid on, I get a 2 train for that. And because 8's in the number 1 space, I get La Paz and another 2 train. Now I have 3 deuces, the L's go away, and I'm actually in a pretty bad shape. Like, because I'm forced to take these 2 trains, the NDEM is becoming less and less feasible as a little economic engine. Which means people are less likely to buy shares of it, which means it's less likely to build track to get better. So it's kind of being a problem. Let's look at these. We got a fistful of these. Quite a few are going to fall though at this point. And then let me allocate stuffs. Put the 16 first, which will start here. That is floating at 140 bucks, which means its stock value will be 70. Now it goes under all the other 70s. I have to pay the 140. What is that? It gets 140, and it's got a hard choice to make during the housekeeping phase, which isn't actually quite yet. I've been handling it right now. I could spend 60 of that to buy myself an L train. That would give me enough cash to immediately upgrade to a deuce at the end of my turn. Or I could start with no train. I think I want the L train to make sure I get a run, even though it's going to cost me 20 extra bucks. I think. Because valuing these up, increasing the stock value ends up getting me more valuation if I move them into a public corporation. So that's kind of appealing. Kind of. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have to make that decision right away. Everyone else is starting low, so they're gonna be picking it up. Right? This was the 16. They're gonna be picking theirs up with the L train on it, and I'll just, for convenience sake, do that right away. Although honestly, Yeah, we did that already, so yeah, it's okay. All right, so I've assigned everything out. The cash has been paid. I haven't moved the markers yet. I got some dice to do that. I'll show you that in a moment. It's nothing too exciting, but I don't know. I always see, one of the problems is I always just assume people know what I'm saying and what I'm doing, and then sometimes I'm making leaps. Sometimes I feel like in this case, I feel like I'm going to be explaining something that y'all get. You just, but quite often I find that I think that, and it turns out that I'm making disconnected jumps that people don't get. There aren't a lot of things left at the end of this. We got 4 minors left and 3 privates left. No more concessions left. The last one went up. I mean, there aren't many to begin with. So I kind of feel like we're getting through that initial stock round finally. I mean, that's what it really feels like. There's this huge packet, and you're kind of waiting for it all to break. It may be more and more questionable to be buying miners at this point in the game. Now, let's take a look at what is available on the next one. The 11, which is not a bad company, that'll probably get a bid. The 13, not a bad company, probably get a bid. They're kind of nice because they hook up and make good stuff happen. They could run a 2 train right away. The 14, just down here, one of the more interesting. Like, this is one I'd want to start with. It's like ready to hook right up into rich territory. The 10. You know where the 10 is. It's probably under one of these. Yeah. This is the 10. Not a bad starting position, although for an L train it would kind of suck. We got a permanent L train, which can go into a minor company. That's kind of cool. Advanced tile lay allows you to put a color that you wouldn't normally be able to play once it's corporate owned. And then another Pullman car, which, remember, those are the plus trains. Very, very appealing. But we're nowhere near the 3 train thing. These can be used right away. And we got the Chihuahua as the last of the public corporations. And we still haven't made it out of the L2 region of trains. Okay, so what am I going to do? I've got these dice. I guess I put them to match the numbers that I have here as current placeholders. And then who has the least money? That's $5 over here. So he's going to get the 5. Do I have to worry about this? I do not have to worry about that anymore. Okay. Which means, who's got the least now? We got 23 here. We got 20 here. So that's going to be where the 4 goes. He doesn't need his die. Next least, we were looking at 23 over here. That's where the 3 is going to go. And that means he doesn't need his die. And see, that's why we need the placeholders, because if I move these cards around, I don't know where I'm at. And if I do end up with a tie, it doesn't work. And if I go highest to lowest, there's a similar problem. And then we look at the remaining people with dice. He's got less money. Uh-oh. But it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Fuck me. Had to screw something up here. He can declare twice his cash holding. Yeah. Okay. And he ends up with a 1, and both of these lose their dice. And I can put a cube on their thing. And then I don't know what to do with these dice. I'll put them over here. Okay, I need 1 die to mark what's going on and whatnot. So, we haven't done the first turn housekeeping. Which all actually happens during the operating round. So, you know, I shouldn't have put the tokens out, whatever. I don't know if they're in the way of if any of the new companies are in the way. They're actually not there, briefly. It's not going to be an issue. Nobody's running anything bigger than a 2-train right now. If it's paid out, he's getting a nice collection there. 10, 20, 30, 40 bucks around off privates. It's kind of neat. And that starts us off with the 18 again. I've been screwing up. I look at the Mexico City pieces, and there's a yellow here. The pale green corresponds with this. The yellow corresponds with that. Let's look up Mexico City, if I can find it. Yeah. This counts as normal track lay of the appropriate color. So it would be possible for somebody to upgrade this, but it costs 20 bucks. I don't know that anybody would have been willing to before. The 18 hits it only once. Do they really want to? It's a big bonus for other people who hit it only once, which is the 15, which is mine as well. So I think I do want to upgrade it now. Out of 55 and 55. It's getting there. It's not as high as I thought it was. That's the 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 is 40. And 70 is 110. That gives me enough money I could buy yet another deuce. Or I could buy an L, but... And this actually runs before these guys get their housekeeping phase, so it's possible, you know, we could run out the trains. Can I run another deuce? Right now I'm running between here and here. I'm running 1. Of course, the 15 could buy that 2 train. So I think the answer is yes, I do want it. I don't know. In order to put 2 trains on here? Yeah, because I'll be able to score this twice, the L train and the 2. He doesn't have an L, but I don't want to buy an L particularly. All right. Sounds like a plan, I say. Now, I'm only allowed 2 trains, but this is a special train and doesn't count against my limit. So there we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Trying to plow as much money through as we can, running as hard and as fast as we can. Oh, and this is up not far from Mexico either. Yeah, we definitely want to upgrade Mexico. There are a bunch of kind of mediocre runs, you know, 50 bucks, 25 and 25, whatever. That type of stuff. Not piss poor. We're on the old companies. They have 2 trains. We're on the 3. The 3 has a 2 train. Finally. I have the small port. This makes me 10 bucks a round. If I upgrade to the port, if I move this to the company, and I get no money for that, right? Which is the shitty part. It upgrades, and the port would be able to be placed, and that would get me a run of 50, but I have that already. So, no reason to play it yet. Keep collecting my 10 bucks an operating round. 20 manages to collect up just enough money to upgrade to a 2 train. A little behind some of the others. These slightly older companies, they're getting their trains now. This is a great time to get it though. because this upgrade, that's going to be making significantly more money than we would make otherwise. The 20 and the 2 just upgraded to 2 trains that are a little older. The 7 has just managed to upgrade as well because it has just a better run, running at 15 and 15. So, I don't know. Feels like it happened a little too early, but I don't know if I cheated and was running like 25 and 25 accidentally or something, thinking it was a 2 train, because these L's are really kind of confusing to me. Not, like, it's just, they're not what I expect, you know? So it's like, I might fuck up, and I might have given this guy too much money. That's life, huh? I think I did, though, because this guy, before the upgrade, was making 10 and 10. So he would be getting to 70. He would not have been able to buy the train. And that feels right. That feels like he's on line with these other companies that are a little bit lower paying out. Some of these increased or upgraded early. Like this one definitely upgraded early, but it's a special case. But I think some of the others had higher incomes and upgraded early. They had the 30 point space. The 20 point space hurts you by a turn. And that means that since 15 is not going up, it's right that the 7 did. That due to the upgrade, 15 is going up. It's getting 20 and 20, which I'll give it just enough money, well, a little bit more money, but enough to upgrade to a deuce. A deuce doesn't help it much because of the blinker. Really need a Pullman. The companies ran the 6, which is running really shit track, 10 and 10. It's way behind. The 16 is the first of the new companies, though. Granted, it's at the same level as the others, but now I have to decide what to do in my housekeeping phase. Do I want to go back a stock level in order to just buy a 2 train and have some extra money? Or do I want to do the housekeeping, grab my L train, and run that at 15 and 15, and then do the turn-in? Okay, that 15 bucks that goes in here, we're talking a difference, I think, of 20 bucks. So I lose 5 bucks to get that run. I think the run is worth it to get the money. So I'm going to buy myself an L train for 60 and then convert it up at the end of my turn. And while I jumped ahead and bought my train and everything, I paid out and then bought the train. I have the ugly position. The 16 can only lay track in one place, which is here. Well, without the special upgrades or something like that. Speaking of which, somebody has that, don't they? No, it hasn't come out yet. This is 1830 track, and it's shown up in a couple of other games as well. But these are nasties. They can't be played everywhere that has double doinks. There are only a couple of double doinks in the game, so at least there's that. But yeah, so like, I can't play this. So that one's out of the question. I can't play this. So that one's out of the question. A wide curve. So I could play this in that direction only. This one I can't play. It goes straight across no matter what. Somebody else might be able to play it. Or I could play the hook that way. Only that way. So I think the better choice is this. There are no good choices. But order of play might force it. It might actually be possible. No, there's only one other. So yeah, there are 2 tiles that I could play in that location. But these are nightmare tiles in most cases. They, here, I don't know how big a deal it is, except that it's just a bone for the company that's there. But quite often in 1830, they end up blocking access to New York City, which is a big deal. This one, it's not going to block to all of Mexico City, but it may cause issues crossing this line and whatever. And no matter what, it's a doinker, which means unless you have the Pullman or there was something else that had a plus on it, wasn't there? I mean, obviously the E's can skip. I think the Pullman's the only plus. Wait a minute, wasn't there like a 2+1 train or something like that? I don't see it. I thought there was one that's able to like skip one thing. Or 1+1. There's a 1+1. What's the 1+1? Is that the L? Is that the permanent L? I don't know what the 1+1 is. It's not there. The fuck, man? There was something that was claimed to be a 1+1. Is it what all L's are? Have I been fucking up with my L's everywhere? It's a big deal for somebody like this who gets a little bit more money. Fuck. An L train runs in a city in which it has a token. Yeah. It can additionally run to a single town. So I need to make some payouts. There's a couple of companies that had a bonus, and the 16 is one of them. But some of these have lasted for a while. So like the 7 just showed up. It just laid that track. So that's not a big deal. But I of course could have laid that track earlier. No, this required a cube for me to do it. But the 6, I think, makes a couple of bucks here. The 15 makes a couple of bucks off of it. So instead of running a 20, which was a 10 and a 10, this was actually running a 30, a 15, 15. So actually the 6 is getting close. People who might have taken advantage of this, I'm not worried about. It's people who could have taken advantage of it due to the track they had. So I'm making up for that. So the 15, I think, had 2 runs where they could have hit this. So they're getting 10 more bucks. Oh, wait. And the player gets it as well. Let's give them a little bit more cash. That might have affected, again, some of the bidding and stuff. I don't want to rewind too much, but company cash especially, I think, is important. The 7 only got 1 run with this because they just laid that track. So we'll pay that. And the 6 would have gotten 2 because I just laid this track with the 6. So that'll give him a little bit more cash. And, you know, these players would have had $5 more. Is that a huge deal? It could have been. It could have been, because the bidding can be awfully tight and whatnot. You know, the predictions and everything, like looking at other people's stuff and saying, hey, what can he do? Well, let's block him out. Maybe you couldn't. All kind of stuff like that. I don't want to worry too much about that, but at least I'm getting people some of the extra cash they could have gotten or should have gotten. Obviously, they would have been allowed to declare less earnings, and nobody would have really stopped them. Anybody who wanted to could say, hey, wait, you could make more, and then they'd have to. But, yeah. All right. This is just a mistake because I forgot about the 1+1 train. Until I started thinking about it, about the Pullman, and like, wait, wasn't there a 1+1? What is that? Is that the LP? Yeah, it is the LP. It's all the L's. All right. That's going to put me on the 23 getting started over here. Kind of funny. Like, I'm laying this track right now, but next turn I probably want to lay this so that I collect that extra +1 rather than this, which I would normally be laying down. I think in that whole process, I fucked up and forgot to do it for the 16. I think I got it for everyone else. Wait, where's the 16? Yeah, the 16 was here. I don't even fucking know if I made a run with him. He would have had 40. Why does he have all this fucking money? Because the 16 started with 70 bucks. Yeah. And I totally screwed everything up. So 16 started at 70. So he was at 140, 150, 106. I don't know. I gotta figure this fucking out. So the 16 ran, I think, for 15 and 15. So let's pull that out and check our math here. So this was 80 plus 60 is 140. That's what I had. I forgot to buy the train and everything afterwards. Yeah. Okay. So instead of 15 and 15, he should have run for 20 and 20. Get that there. And then I would have done the upgrade for 80 bucks. And gotten that 2 train that I was going to get. And so I fixed that. I think. And then we just did the 9. The 9 ran, it ran the doink that the 6 built for it and is heading this way. Now the 6 can't keep helping it, but I can start laying some cubes there, hook up to this. I've got a bit of a worry though. There's only 2 L's left. There aren't a lot of miners like that are likely to be bid. Where's the 11? The 11's here. But here's the thing. If all 4 of these miners don't get bid on, if only a couple of them get bid on, all the L's will be gone and the 3 trains will be available. There's also the possibility of people starting a major corporation at this point. It might be more interesting not to start on the 2 train, to start on the 3 train. That's often an interesting start. Although, I don't know. The last 2 isn't that bad. The last 3 is. But I'm just kind of like looking at the situation and saying, hey, you only have 55 bucks on your corporation. You may need to do something about that real soon, or you've got problems. And they're not the only one. The 23 also started low. Where's that sucker? That's over here also. Only 50 bucks on it. And, you know, they may not get to the point where they can upgrade to the 2 train for cheap before the 3 comes along and busts them, and then they owe for a 3 train out of pocket for 200 bucks. At this stage in the game, 200 bucks, that's going to kill you. You're going to be pretty much knocked out. So we've been over purchasing these miners, but now by learning that, it makes a big disincentive for people to buy these others, which means the trains are going to come out anyway. It doesn't really matter. The trains are going to come out anyway, right? Like, if the National doesn't get the trains, the miners are going to get them. But there's at least a little bit more time in that case. The National gets them as soon as the miners aren't bid on, like as soon as the bidding ends, which means it generates them a little quicker, or more quickly. Speaking of the National, well, I don't know what the hell it's running now. It's got an L train, which I guess will run 30, and a bunch of 2s, and no track lays. 30, 60, 70, 80, 100, 120. So it is making more money. Can't do anything with this because my L is more valuable here. And that means stock value actually goes up for whatever that's worth. But it's not doing anybody any good, including the company. The company doesn't get any money either. All right, that puts us to the next operating round. I suspect it's time for me to play Raid, and I'm rather fatigued. Like I said, I didn't get a lot of sleep, and I'm gonna hold off, not just run through it. I'm gonna go either play raid or relax. Maybe try to snooze for 20 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I got a couple hours of sleep, played a little bit of raid, not much, and now I've got like still 3 more hours or so that I've got to wait until I have to do anything in raid, and like 4 hours until I have to play it for real for a while. So here we are, and I'm awake enough to play. It's kind of interesting. It's today was all kind of weird. It had gotten a little warm, not hot or anything, but kind of muggy and everything. But for the rest of the week, it's going to become, hot summer again instead of whatever it is. So I'm on the second operating room. Let's get going. If you've watched many of my previous 18xx videos, or a fair amount of them, whatever, quite often I get really kind of annoyed with the privates. There are a lot of privates in this game, but they're such a big part of your portfolio, at least right now, that like, I don't know, they're not really annoying me that much. They're actually like, I don't know, kind of easy to cope with. It feels like they're a lot of what I'm holding, but the reality is, yeah, I don't have any. There's no shares producing anything except for those guys. Everything's either miners or privates. It's all the easy stuff. It might get more complicated once we start getting corporations in. But I don't know, because again, these things, the miners and privates, feel like they're going to be the majority of my holdings for a long time. I don't know. There's, on the other hand, the huge quantity of them in play. That is a kind of a pain, because I have to do this search. I mean, I look up here, I see, okay, it's the 18. And then I just have to look around and around and around until I finally find it. Yet I did something stupid. So I bought another deuce on the 18. But the 15 and 16 that went after it did not buy it off of it. And it doesn't have room to run 3 trains. I'm thinking I'll actually correct this. Let me take a look. The 15 doesn't have room either. Where's the 16? Well, neither does the 16. Okay, we're fine. I've got an extra train. How bad is that? I don't know. I'm making good money right now, even though I don't want 3 trains on any particular company. I mean, this isn't going to upgrade anytime soon. But I think it means I have to get a corporation into play so that I can get that extra train working. Good run is still that 55-55 run. Whatever. But I'm on the 12 now, and I'm going to play this piece of track. Now, I could do a sharp hook here, but the MC is controlled by a different player. The 12 is controlled up here, the MC is controlled over here. And that means he could actually prevent me from even hooking in, which is no good. So, what about the FNM? Does somebody own that? I am worried because I don't see that here. I'm the guy who owns the FNM. So yes, that's the one I want to hook up. So I will be putting the wide curve in there. In an interesting place. I have enough money. I could buy myself another L train. That L train would make me another $15 each round. Now, how important is the money on the miners? Like, if the miners just crashed into something you didn't care about, right? you wouldn't care that you're eating up their money, but to get the 50%, to get the extra income. I don't think it's worth it here. It all kind of depends, because I've got this FNM here. I may want to be building, I may want to be starting it, and getting some heavier trains, because I have very few miners, so pushing the trains out might be useful. But if that's the case, I might just want to buy that L train. If I'm gonna buy a miner, I'm late in the line, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. How am I in the cash on hand? Because that does mean something. That's the question of what am I gonna control, what am I not gonna control? Oh, and what are stock limits? They're only 10. Ruh-roh. 1, 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I just got to keep an eye because I know we're getting a lot of certificates. These things kind of confuse me because, yeah, they're represented by these. So, with only 10, I think we do want to get to the corporate side of things. If I buy that L train instead of one of the things, so this is what I've got to look at. Like the 11 would be available and of interest to me, but it might be of interest to other people too. It's the best of the line. It can't go with, like, if it starts, if I start it, I want an L train on it. And I don't want to have bought the L train here. I want to buy it during housekeeping, right? Assuming I get a chance to do housekeeping before worse stuff happens. Now, the order of operations is, I believe, minors first. Yeah, minors go before the majors. So it would get a housekeeping chance as long as nobody bought the 2 train. It feels like a very risky move to just buy that extra L train. It would only cost me $60, and eventually I would either be able to upgrade it with that, which would be great because I have 2 brutes coming out of here if need be. It would give me some extra income. It does feel like a really bold move. I don't think I'm doing all that well. I'm not doing horribly. I don't think I'm doing all that well, so it might be worth shaking things up. But again, I know things are going to shake up anyway if I go this route or whatever. I'm really torn on this one. Do I want to push that extra 6 train, or that extra L train, for $60 out of this company? Now, the minor, it can crash into a corporation or whatever. But when it does so, it takes money out of the corporation, essentially. Or at least stocks. Which is not exactly the same thing, but it's pretty close. Let's look at the others that are available. The 10. That might be up there. That would be... Yeah, the 10 is right here. So that is also interesting. I think there's a good chance I'm going to buy one of these. Now, do I necessarily want the L train? Gets you a run. Sure, I could not grab the L train during housekeeping and buy a train, but that doesn't do me any good whatsoever. Damn. And what kind of money am I going to have? It's just going to be the money here. It's just going to be a couple $100. And I really do want to start that, which is going to cost me at least a share's worth, right? Well, not necessarily. If I started at 100, it cost me $100. Wow. So complicated, man. So complicated. It just seems like such a weird thing to do. Here's the problem. That L train could disappear if I'm not careful. Couldn't it? It could disappear if nobody bids on the 11, but I can ensure somebody bids on the 11. Well, it could disappear if nobody bids on many of these companies, and I can't ensure that many of them are used. I think I got a hold. It feels like a really bold move to grab that, but I think there's just too much chance that this is going to kill it off, so I'll just keep the cash. I like the idea of pulling that train, getting a little bit of extra money, but this is the second operating round. If it was the first operating round, maybe it would make sense, but there's no guarantee I even get to use the L train. Confused because the 6 here is still, I know I gave it money. It had to lay a track here. That's part of the reason why. It's still running an L train and doesn't have enough money to upgrade yet. Next turn that changes. It is kind of interesting that the upgrades, like normally when you upgrade a miner, whatever that means, when you improve the trainage on a miner, it's eating from the train pool. But these L2s aren't doing that. And that's kind of like, it's not pushing the rush more. Now, obviously, you know, you're making more cash in your pocket, you're starting more companies and everything, but there's usually a double whammy when the miners are making a lot of money, which is that they're generating enough money in your pocket that you're buying into other resources. Usually not miners, usually majors, which will further accelerate the train rush. But they're also gathering enough money to buy a second crappy train or whatever. But here, they're gathering, it's cheaper and better to just do an upgrade in general. Like that's your first step up. So other than this company, no one has eaten an extra train. And this one's eaten an extra train it turns out it didn't need. Trying to keep an eye out as each company runs to make sure, hey, I don't want to steal, you know, the 3 builder cubes are running. Nobody's playing any building cubes right now, so I might as well make the $10 next round. But yeah, you have to be kind of careful. So like the Pullman, it's not available yet. It's only there's very few companies that I can actually, very few privates that I can actually grab. I can grab the building cubes, and I can grab that small port, and then remove the small station there, which might not have been a bad idea for the 6, to tell you the truth. I could do it with the 9. Get rid of the station. The 6 has a doink up here. The 9 has a doink. Neither one really cares right now, though, so I might as well collect the cash rather than do that. This, I do believe, takes a track lay, though. Has to be a legitimate track lay, which means I would have had to do it earlier. I can upgrade to green and get rid of it, but yeah, that's kind of a problem. I can't just replace a yellow with a yellow. Bugger. The NDEM runs at 12 again. That puts it up to 135. It's not going to be able to go any further in the stock market until some kind of improvement happens, which is, yeah, I mean, it's eventually going to happen because the trains are going to fall. You know, either new miners are going to start and they're going to come in with new trains, or he's going to get new trains, or maybe a combination of the two. And that's kind of the problem here. So let's say 2 of the miners are bought and 2 are not. The 2 that aren't kill these. That means those new miners are going to have $200 on hand, which means they basically have to float at $100. The first player, I feel a little blocked off. I have $225. Sure, I could go buy me a miner, but again, dangerous, right? If I put the bid on the miner, I'm locked in on it. It'll be all my money. And I do feel that it's time that I need to start my major corporation at this point. All right, but to do that, to convert the concession into a major corporation, the highest I can float it is 100. Which we'll put $200 in the bank. 100 for this and 100 for the difference. But I don't want to do that yet. I want to consider my other possible plays and my positions. I've got the 2 and the 23. I don't know where these guys start. That's kind of an important thing. The CHP, I think, starts back here. The MIR starts up here. The IRM starts down here. I don't think I want to go for any of the remaining corporations. I feel like I'm going to be running one corporation and I don't know what else. Like, I feel really handcuffed by this whole situation. Maybe I'll have a lot of NDEM. I don't know. I don't have a lot of miners. I have a fairly large portfolio of privates. It's been doing me pretty well. I'm not the highest money. That's this guy who got the FCM, the 18, and importantly, that 3-2 train. That private has meant more than anything else so far in the game, I think. But then I bought an extra 2 train for unknown reasons. And then I look at others. He's got 210. You know, so really, in terms of cash flow, there's a few of us that are up there and making good money. And I'm definitely among them. But I don't think I'll remain among them if I go for the private. So I feel like I have to do this, have to get my company started. Even though it's not an optimal company, it's starting here. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do from there. Guess try to get into there. I guess. Looks expensive. I have some builder cubes though. And so that's going to cost me about $100, but now I have to look at other stuff. So the permanent L train, it's not quite as good as this, but I'm in Mexico City. Doesn't sound like a bad thing to bid on. Advanced tile lay. That could be helpful to me to break into a location when, it doesn't seem like it's possible. And the Pullmans look like they're just godlike, especially for me with these doinkers coming right up. So all those look interesting. Maybe I'll use 3 cubes on them. I don't need a cube for this. And if I choose not to do that, I haven't committed the money to anything by doing that either. So as long as I hold off on that, I can kind of bid on other stuff. I've gone around and it feels like everybody has taken the same mindset. Uh-oh, those are running out. Doesn't look like these are selling. One of them is, and it's a good one, and it's especially good for him, but there's not really a lot of room for buying new minor companies. There isn't a lot of money for that, in addition to turning your concession into a major corporation. So we have some bids on here. We actually got to the 5-player, and he's like, the LP train doesn't do me a lot. My companies aren't on good cities, so screw that. Advanced tile lay can help you break into places. I don't really feel like I need to. Sure, there's the $10 income, but do I want to put $20 in that right away? And then there's the Pullman car, which in general is good, but it's going at a high cost. This guy actually decided against it because he has a Pullman train and might not have 2 corporations. It's going at of course it could end up on a minor, but it's going at a fairly high cost and isn't particularly helpful. I'm not hitting a lot of dots as far as I can see. That may change, but right now it doesn't look like I'm going to. So I'm going to just pass at this point. Well, do I want to pass or do I want to... See, I should throw a bid in on something. Here's why. Because I don't want to make my commitment on this, but is there something I'm guaranteed, like... I'm pretty sure other people are going to do stuff, so I'm going to give it another round. I'm going to pass on this first round. I don't usually like to do that, because it's possible everybody could just decide, yeah, I'm happy with what I got. But I feel like this game, with the bidding mechanism, it's unlikely for that to happen. But here's the thing. Nobody's bidding on these, nobody's counterbidding, and these are already kind of high. So it's a little risky, but I think I'll take the pass rather than float my corporation. I think other people are going to either float their corporations or do something, right? Big reason it helps to delay. Look, I could start my company at 100, but that leaves me with $80, which I might not be able to do anything with. But let's say I started at 90. Then I only owe $80, and I have another 100 I could commit somewhere, which is intriguing. Like, I could take a minor. Don't know if that's wise. Although, if 2 are falling, that minor would have to start at 200, or it's in trouble. So it's like, fuck. Now, I could start it. I could start a minor at a lot. Like, let's say I start it with an initial bid, I have 180, I could put 90 bucks into a miner. That would give me 180 bucks. It's not enough for a 3 train, but then I could pay out of pocket by taking a loan or whatever, because I don't have anything I can sell. But I don't know if that's wise. You know, I'm paying 20 bucks out of pocket, make it 30 because of the interest, and it might go up. It doesn't seem like a clever idea to me. So I'd like to kind of know whether other people are starting corporations at a price that's interesting to me, that maybe I can invest in or whatever. Look at the Kami Pinko's mindset here. I threw a bunch of cubes down. Okay, great. I could start a miner at 100. Not a good idea at this point. He can get away with it. He has an extra train. So if I want to convert this, let's say I want to start it at 100 bucks per, which is kind of important because at 100 bucks, it puts 200 in to the company. It can buy the train, and that leaves me 125 in reserve that I could play with. If I wanted to buy a third share, that would put 300 bucks in. I could buy that. I'd have some extra spending money, and I could lower the starting price to do what I like with that. You know, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to aim for a lower starting price because I really, really want that Pullman. Don't I? Yeah. This is one of the problems with this game is that, like, you look at this and you're like, I got to hit a doink anyway. I want the Pullman. And then, well, yeah, but how much is it worth? You know, how much am I able to push him up by it? But I think I really do want the Pullman, or him up. I think I really do want the Pullman. And the L train I can do without. I have a 2 train. Yeah, it would be nice on a miner, but whatever. The advanced tile lay. I'm the 2 and 23. 23 may need to break through, may not. 2 doesn't look like it's going to have much excitement on that. So I'm not excited about pumping the price of that up particularly. I'm just going to do the one thing that leaves me the most flexibility for other things. I did something so I won't lose my turn. Funny because the way of thinking here is the opposite of what most XXs generate. Most XXs, you want to go first. You want to decide what you're going to do, figure it out, and then do it. And do it fast, right? In order to get the drop on the trains, in order to do this. Sometimes there's some delay involved, but for the most part, it's not a delay of, I want to see what happens, right? That usually doesn't work well in XX. Usually you want to go early, get the priority if you can. You just want to do things, grab the limited resource that's, you know, not necessarily available to you. It's raining. Weird. Almost everything in the game is like, yeah, I want to go first. But this one, the priority being arranged differently, the bidding mechanism allowing you to just slowly jump a bid and then not commit in as many places as you can help doing so. I think it has that opposite feeling. Now, I don't really like it for this reason. I feel like you're going to go more rounds in the stock round and everything because people are going to be doing little things. Like, yeah, I'm willing to pay 30 bucks on that Pullman, sure. I don't know about anything else, though, yet. And I would rather not open my hand unless I've got an obvious advantage, unless I can absolutely see that, okay, if I do this, these all fall this way, and there's no way around it. Which, of course, becomes impossible once people are owning saleable stocks, right? I was beginning to get nervous. Nobody's doing anything. It's like, are they just like seeing something and thinking it's not time to open up a corporation yet? I think it is. I think they're still I think they're still holding off. They keep, like, they're doing things, they're not doing the thing that I'm worried about and that I'm really interested in. So by holding off, I get an edge. I got that 180. That's an important amount of money for me. Although maybe I just start my company at 90 and say screw it. That may be the safest thing. Just guarantee I get my shares. And then I can always buy somebody else's company for 100, putting money in their treasury, which, yeah, may not be the wisest thing. I don't know. I don't know. All right, I'm going to hold another round. Now, pink is that they keep getting outbid on the Pullman. I don't know if I can afford it. If I start my company at 100, that eats up $100. I could go for something else. I could go for another miner. Do I want to go for another miner? I'd have to start it at 200, which means I would have to, and I've already got an L train over here without enough money on it. Oh no, I'm screwed. Yeah, I gotta start a corporation, because whatever magic I do, wow, I think I'm just screwed, honestly. Yeah, because I can't put the permanent 2 train. If I get the L train, it doesn't count as, it doesn't help me. It doesn't count as a train for my company, so yeah, that doesn't help. That means I need an influx of cash on the Mexican Central, right? Not necessarily, because this is going to go first. If I start a private, 2 of these go. Yeah, but then I have to buy the first 3, and my company 23 is running at the 70 spot. Now, it could buy a train from the 23, and then the 23 could buy the first L, but then I have to make it through the next operating round. I think the only thing I can do is start my corporation. How high do I want to start it? Well, so here's the thing. The 23 is going to be without a train. That's the problem. As is the 6. The 23 is going to be without a train the way things are sitting. Wow. Brown should be thinking this too. 23 is going to be without a train as things are sitting, and I can't just upgrade either, right? Like, he's got $75. He's so close to an upgrade. He's not going to be able to just do it. He's going to have to take out like a loan or something, which is not good. Which means, Jesus, we're getting hammered here. What can we possibly do? Like, usually, I'm used to the 18 New England by the same designer, and I'm like, that was so friendly. There were always kind of ways out. This one's not friendly. This one's bitter, and those last 2 companies should not have started, I guess. Well, wait, the 9. The 9's got to be screwed too, right? Yeah, the 9's screwed too. Oh, he's so fucked. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, maybe we want to talk. Maybe we want to talk. It's not going to do a damn thing. No matter what happens, whatever starts is going to start above the $70 that our companies are running at if it can buy a train. And it doesn't really help our situation otherwise. We've really fucked up by buying those late companies. And if we hadn't bought those late companies, the 6 would be okay. In fact, the 6 might be okay if the 9 hadn't been bought, right? Like, he might have slit his own wrist here because sure, there wouldn't be a lot of those out there, but there'd be those trains still come out if you buy those. Yeah, it's this bastard. Fuck then. So I can juggle trains? Yeah, I can juggle trains. So the Mexican Central so the 2 runs before the 23. The 23 will be without a train. It can buy a train from the 2. It can buy it for all its money, thereby giving the 2 enough money that I could buy a train from there if I really want to. Of course, I'm going to lose some runs this way. Or the Mexican Central could buy trains for the 2, if that's easier. Whichever one works better. This is a screwed up, it's a 2P, which means it doesn't count as a real train. So yeah. So I think we need to start. So now the question is, how high can we start? The Pullman, we may need to just forego the Pullman. Because... So we have 225. That's not going to allow us to buy something, like that's not going to allow us to run a train, to buy 3 shares at any reasonable value. We could start at 70 and that would give us like 210, but that's shit money to start a company at, I think. I think that's a bad idea. Which means, if we float at 200 or at 100, then we could put a bid in on one of these other companies, but we're going to probably need what cash we have. I think it's time to open the floodgates. So, we're going to start the Mexican Central. I get to set the price on it and get a thing and change battery. Stupid here. I actually have more money than I think. But I don't want to start a miner. All right, which means I flip this over. I pay $100. I'm setting it at 100. I pay $100. It's going to have a $200 treasury. This should actually happen during housekeeping, but I feel better doing it during the banking phase. Realize that if it breaks the bank, that would be problematic, so I shouldn't do it. But right now I think it's safe, and I don't think companies are going to be floated anytime. I think all the companies will be floated before the bank is anywhere near breaking. Okay. Plus there's $20 extra. Oh. So yeah, I pay $100 to upgrade this to the director's certificate. We get the stock value. Nobody's allowed to sell it until it operates in this game. And I'm holding off on my other decisions. I have 25 extra bucks. I'm going to be throwing the extra 100 in for, another share, I guess. Because I don't have enough for one of these, which actually makes some decent money. And I have to think about this. An L train, is that going to do me anything? I already have this. I don't know if these are going to both survive. Well, both of them are not going to survive, but one of them might survive for a while, or I might get another one. So that L train might be of some value to me. $20. The additional track light, I'll make that back over the course of the 2 operating rounds. So that's probably worth. I'm just going to post my bid on that to 20. And I still have $100 for another share later. And I know I'm going into this in a lot of detail and a lot of the strategy and whatnot that I'm mulling over in my head. Like, I'm not really giving you the strategy. I'm working my way through it, which I don't often like to do in an XX game, but this one feels so new to me that I feel like I have to struggle with it. And I don't know if that struggle is worth anything, but what it does is shows you, if you're not an XX player, and you're still watching this for some reason, it shows you kind of, I don't know, the kind of struggle and thought process that approaching the new system might take. But, you know, I have this same issue with euros and whatnot, where there's just no automatic answer. Here, I'm facing something new, man. All right, that's one. Player two says, player one has money. He started a company. He's not going to pass. He doesn't have, he has like 20 bucks in bids out. He's not going to waste his money. I'm going to hold and wait for him to do something. And this is where I think it gets problematic. Everybody sees him and says, I don't have to do anything now, because he has to do something. Now, he could just screw them all over, though, if they do that. But this player has nothing he can do except raise bids, because he's got this in line. Could buy another corporation. Here's the thing. Unlike most XXs, where you buy a presidency and sit on it and don't do anything, you get nothing, right? I mean, you're losing money by having resources tied up in that stock. Here, you're getting an okay return. It's not great. It's not great. 10 bucks, you could be running one of these and easily getting 25 or more. But those aren't an option right now. The privates make better money for the money you invest in them. There's no question of that, unless you invest way too much. But again, I don't know. It might actually be worth just going and squatting on yet another one of these, because nobody can take it away from you once you have it. Once you have the concession, that is your railroad until you float it. Now, I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a better idea to buy shares in general. But if we look at the shares, let's look at the Mexican Central here. Let's say I bought a share of that for 100 bucks. That would be running at 40.50. It can lay 2 yellows on the first round, but it would have to blow a lot of money. I think it's going to be making about 50 bucks on that first round. And then it might be making a little bit more. Be making 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 on the second round. I'm assuming it puts a dot, it puts a cube in each place and pays 20 bucks to bridge the river. Because that's a really shitty location to start. Another option, nope, can't cut into here. So that hex is not available. So this is really the only hex that's available to me until this retrain comes out. Now the 3 trains will be out, so I could actually go more cheaply up into there with an upgrade. So I could pay 20 bucks and a cube to move into here, then do an upgrade to move into here. So I could actually, on the second round, do it a little bit cheaper. Same amount of track lays, same payout. So what did I say it was going to be making? It's going to be making 50, and 80 is 130 over 2 rounds, which means I'm going to earn 13 in capital over those 2 rounds. Now, no, the first one's going to earn nothing. Now, actually, the concession's worth more in terms of actual straight income. The only problem with it is I can't sell the concession. It's not going to give me money. And how much danger am I in here? Well, how many 3 trains are there? There's 7 3 trains, I think. How fast are they going to go? Well, how many concessions are out there that can turn into companies? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Jeez. That could be a lot of train. There's not enough money for there to be a lot of train. The companies are going to start off with small earnings. Do I want to have another concession? If I do not start the concession by the time the 5s come out, I lose it. And that's a risk. I just think it's safer for me to invest my money in shares. And given that, I don't want to buy this. I want to see what else shows up and what kind of prices there are. And maybe I want to bid on these instead. Because these make me $10 each for a much, much lower cost. Of course, they're valueless, but calculations start getting rougher. I know the thought process has been rough, but all right, let's take a look at him. He's got a $35 bid on this, a $100 bid on that. So that's 135 out of here. That means I have 140 bucks to play with. That 140 could start my company. I'm fine on trains and everything, so I don't have to really worry too much about it. I could start the company at 100, and then I would have $200 in the treasury, and I'd have 40 extra bucks that I haven't accounted for, but I do have cubes. I could conceivably, go for something like that. Whatever. Actually, the L train, well, I gotta be permanent here. I don't know. So that's one option. 140, you would say, oh, you can start it at 70. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. That's the problem. Like, it seems like 2 shares at that, right? It's not. If I started at 70, it costs 140 now. So I only have to pay 40 bucks into the treasury. And then I would pay another 70 and I would have 110. So if I started at 80 instead, I'd have to put 60 in the treasury and then another 80, and that's 140. So that's actually the magic number for me. That magic number, though, is dangerous. If I do it right now, I may be risking getting that Pullman. If I pass right now, because is he going to sit on that? Now he just passed. Can I afford to pass? This is the problem. If I pass right now, I'm counting that player 4 or player 5 is going to do something with their money. Now, it comes down to 5 can decide, screw you, man, fine. Let him run his company weekly. I don't give a shit. Player 5's got a problem, though. Player 5 has 2 L trains. He needs to do something to save them. So I'm going to pass. Player 4 is getting worried. Do they notice that he's got an L train? I don't know. I think we're going to take the jump. Are we in any danger of losing anything we really want? This L train is okay. We might lose it. Let's give him one more roll. Yeah, he notices. He also will pass. Now, player 5's like, do I want to just say fuck you? Well, if I do, I'm going to lose these 2 trains, and I'm going to be in a world of hurt. And so, no, I have to do something. Everybody has passed since player 1. Player 1 could just walk away from the table and say, you know what? I got my company. It's got its money. I can work things out between these without putting that extra $100 to work. And the rest of you are all sitting on like $200 or close to it. I get the edge. Plus, well, maybe not all of you, because there's a $100 bid here. Blue has a $100 bid, so blue doesn't. Blue would not be in trouble. So yeah, blue has some money committed. Gray has a little bit of money committed, but it would definitely screw brown over. How intransigent is brown feeling? And then everybody will scream and tell him to stop. No, you're going to get screwed. Brown is not feeling at all. I was looking at for a 1 and then probably like another roll. Brown feels like they have to do something because everybody's passing except him, and he could just walk away. The reason he might decide otherwise is, you're not going to walk away. You can buy a share of your shit. I believe this is a magical place. If I start this at 90, I owe 90 bucks, right? No, I owe 80 bucks. 80 bucks, which is this, and then 90 more buys me another one. And I think I want as much money as I can get on this to try to save those miners, however I do so. Luckily, my miners are all hooked up, and this is near it, and we should be able to do something kind of cool. That kind of resets everything. My battery's not charging. This one's dying. I'm in trouble. This stock round's taking forever, but it is, I think, the big one where a lot of the companies are floating, right? Like, I think 4 of the companies are floating on this one. Got it started. Stocks are in there. I put them in there. And that puts me back to 1. At this point, 1 obviously isn't going to just walk away because somebody else is starting a company as well. And I may not have wanted to because of this L-Train situation, although there were definitely advantages to doing it. Which means I've already floated, right? Yeah. And I floated at 100, so I can put 100 bucks in and just not worry about it. But other people are going to probably start doing their things because enough information's out. Stay vigilant. So like Pink, they just threw 100 bucks in. I got 20 bucks though that's reserved, and I got no real easy way to mark a reserve. Cleaned the damn battery charger. It didn't do any good. Okay, so the companies have been flying off the shelves like hotcakes, and I gotta be careful. This is his money. He's made his choices, so let's make sure I don't. If I open up too many stacks, I'm gonna cause issues with how tight the table is at this point. And 3 of the 4 have started. I'm starting the 4th one, but I'm not sure what to start it at. So he has 15 bucks committed. 15 bucks committed on the permanent L-Train. Okay. But, so that leaves him 155 bucks left, which is not a pretty number. The 160 or whatever was good. Or no, 140 was good. That made 80s work, right? I thought this guy had that, but he doesn't. Anyway. Yeah, but why would 150 not be good? Okay, so let's say I started at 80, which doesn't seem like a bad price, right? That would mean I owe 80 bucks. No. What the fuck does it mean? I paid 100. That means I would owe 80. And then I would owe 80 for the next one. And I fucked up. I fucked up this guy. I don't know what I did. Let me figure out what the fuck's going on. I didn't fuck up. If I start at 80, that means I owe 160 bucks total. Here's 100 of it, right? Flipping over. The other 60 would come out of my hand, which, let's look at what 90 would mean. If I started at 90, what the fuck am I talking about? If I started at 90, I would owe 80 bucks. 80 bucks out of this would give me 20, 50, 60, 70, 75, not good enough. Starting at 80, I would owe 160. There's 100. 60 of it comes out of here, so I have 95 left. I can still buy a share at, I can still buy that share at 80. Another option would be to start it even lower and have less money, but I would rather not do that. I think floating high is not a bad idea. In fact, Peterson makes the whole point that like all the XX games, except for 18 New England, I guess, are about how high can you float your stock. I disagree with that. I think it's about early money more than anything else. And in making early money, it's how many shares can you get, which is actually, like in a lot of them, which is actually how low can you float your stock in a way. It really is. Yes, you don't want to ruin your company, but if you can get it. So I think what his thinking is that I think he gravitates towards games that aren't 1830-ish, where there's a lot of harshness going on and you need to keep your companies alive and soluble and all that. Whereas, solvent. Whereas in 1830, you just want as many shares of the highest valued, of the highest producing stuff as you can. And you can always figure out, well, not always, but you can usually figure out ways to either dump the company on someone because it's so attractive that people are going to buy shares of it and maybe make a mistake and let you rape them. Or engineer something so you get into where it doesn't count and where you're allowed to hold more than 60% of it. And no one dares buy shares of it, at least more than one, right? And as it's dropping in value, it's like, oh, I don't know if this was worth it anymore, you know? So I think it's his avoidance of the really, really harsh economic manipulation games that puts him in that mindset. Whereas for me, I'm like, they're all about making the early money. You can almost always find a way to get rid of a company. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Especially with all these fucking miners. The reason to start things lower is so that you have more cash on hand and you have the priority deal. That was one of the things. It's hard to judge. Do I want the permanent L train? It might be useful. We'll put our bid on that. No, I actually do not want it. Because again, I have a permanent 2 train, which I can only have one of the 3 special trains on any single company. And I don't know that I'm going to have, like, I don't know that these miners are going to stay alive, like either of them, forever. How do they coordinate? They actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go for it. Because I think I'm going to try to keep a miner alive with one of my corporations. 50-50 payouts is pretty good. And it may be my only way of resurrecting my situation. Fine. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, look, 25-50, that's probably going to get me first place or close to it. Number 2 has the ugly decision of where to invest. So I got $100 committed to the concession that I need there. That leaves me 110. I'm red. I got another 25 committed here. That leaves me 85. With $85 left. Now, I can't lose this to Pink because he only has $25 left and nothing he's allowed to sell. I could lose it to someone else. Like, there's people like this who are out there who could just go slam and take anything. I'm assuming they're going to buy a share of their stuff. Is that a wrongful assumption? I don't know. I could, of course, just pass because they have cash and I have cash. And, you know, delay the decision as long as possible. But what would I want if I won? So we're looking at the FCM and the FNM as my two possible choices. The FCM's already built out, so buying that at 80 doesn't seem like a bad choice. Do I want to hold off though? I don't see any harm in holding off because there are people after me who have piles of cash who are going to do something. I think. Might they leave me holding the bag? Maybe. I have 110, he has 110. You know, it's like a question. I'm not in the lead. They're not going to be hunting me. And they probably want to invest their money in something. The calculations and the mental gymnastics you have to do with this one are just so painful. So I have to look at how much money I have in reserve on this guy. Well, I had 100. That came easy to my head. And then I'm looking at this and I'm like, whoa, I have a lot more. Nah, I have another 35 in here that I got to pay attention to. So that's why I had these kind of reserved. I'll put them over there. That's pretty easy. And that means I have enough money for another share. Do I want to just buy that share or do I want to delay? He did something, but that means if he passes and everyone else passes, I get left holding the bag, and I am in the lead. So I think I will just buy a share of my own company. I don't see any reason not to. It's what I want to do anyway. Unlike this guy who's trying to make an investment decision, I actually know exactly what I want to do and don't see any reason to delay. So I could see some players delaying as long as they possibly fucking could just to prevent, you know, information from leaking out, whatever, of what they're going to do. But personally, I just don't think it's worth it. I could see someone getting pissed off about someone doing that and just saying, okay, stuff you. Here you go. I'm going to pass too. Now we're both going down in flames. Have fun. I'm not going to save your ass because you were trying to hand, you know, the burden on me. I'm confused about this guy because he has a shit ton of money that's going to be left over, right? So he's going to buy a share of his at 80, which that makes it 75, that makes it 80. I have 30 bucks left over. I guess I just missed getting it at 90. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it, although I am worried about it, but he has nothing over here, right? He has no grays. He could go for the permanent L train if he wanted it at 25. Maybe that was the idea. Okay. Well, I'll hold because that may have been my decision. I may have factored that in. Or maybe not. Oh, I know what happened. My bid got deleted because Pink went in on it. But yeah, I may just take it up to 25. As a matter of fact, Pink could take it to 25. And I want that car. I'm taking my money back and upping my bid. All the choices have been made. Red is left with 125 bucks committed. So I have 85 bucks to play with. That allows me to buy one of the 80s, which is where I was before. Haven't really learned anything new. I'm red. I can't be beaten out by him. He's not going to be able to outbid me. He could. He, of course, could. I could delay. I don't feel like I can just keep delaying. So let's take a look at my companies. The FCM is the one I want to buy. People are starting to fall into permapass positions. This guy has 100 bucks committed to that. He's red. Unfortunately, I have 25 committed to the advanced tile lay. Otherwise, I'd have the 30. I could jump in and get the permanent train, but I think I'm on permapass as well. And 3 is not on permapass. I've got him tilted for some reason. Well, maybe he is. Is 100 committed? And 35, yeah, he's on permapass. 3 is there. 4 is gray. He has 25 committed. He can't do anything. I think we're all done. Phew. Well, that was painful. All right. We got 3 companies that were not bid on. Pair of deuces. And the first of the 3 trains comes out. We got to get rid of some trains. We're in the 3 section. I believe it's still 4 trains per major. So I have 3 deuces and a 3 over on this crap. And these all get thrown out. This may not make me more money, but I got to take the biggest trains. Standing L trains crash, so that's 3 more out of the game. Row. And now we start dealing with acquiring the bids and whatnot, and a new miner comes into play as well. Company 1 was not eaten. I guess this moves up. We don't need this space anymore. There's no company for there, so I can create a little bit more room. Things are going to get more crowded. And then I think the miners are going to start disappearing, right? But right now, they're not. So these move up. 1 new miner comes in. That's the 19. That's going to be down here somewhere. Why is this got a... Oh, it's got a T. Not a... Where's the 19? The 19 is this one here, which is a pretty decent location, to tell you the truth. It's probably going to have a route going into Mexico here. It has a route hitting the 30 here. Got a potential for a port, all kind of interesting stuff. That was the 19. Whereas the 13, the 13's here. That's not a bad rail either, the number 1 in order to try to prevent him from getting too many of these 3 trains, which he's going to be eating up like mad. There are only 6. And the privates, man, the privates are looking scary at this point. But the faster the train comes out, or the faster the trains fall, the faster the 5 train comes out and kills all the privates and turns them into something different. I'm sorry, the miners. It doesn't really kill them, but does it? Or do they get bid? I don't remember what the order is here. Okay, what do we got here? Remove small station, another one of those. Kill off some Mexicans. Another mail contract, which we haven't seen operated yet. So nobody had a corporation. And the stock drop. I do not understand why anybody would buy this. Owning company must pay the bank $10 each operating round when the private companies are paid, or else this company closes and the owning company's stock price drops 1 space. The closure drop can be voluntarily performed as it operates. I can't think of a damn reason why you would want this. Well, I mean, it produces $10 a turn for you. So it's not bad to own as a player. And if you're getting rid of a company, you could do nastiness to it, I guess. Not a lot, right? Like, you're going to give it 1 stock drop. Unless it wants to pay $10 a turn to, like, keep its affairs hidden. So, yeah, we're pretty close to the end of the line here. There's 3 miners left that are unassigned. And where the hell are we? We're at the time where I have to do the dice and arrange everything, and then I need to break. Because this stock round has been a bitch for me. Ordering with big $25, doubled. He ends up in the number 1 spot. Number 2's over here with $10, so you can see, yeah, $3 in last place. A lot of those go out. Nobody's sold out, so I think that's going to throw us into the operating round. And again, I'm going to take my break now. I might eat something. I, you know, I used to like not have to eat as much because I would be playing games or going for walks or stuff like that. Work made me fatter because I'm sitting on my ass and I'm bored doing work, and so I eat. And then like not work and playing lots of Raid made it even worse because the amount of time that I'm doing it is much worse. Today, between like I had no sleep, I did end up eating a sandwich, but like I just have to keep incredibly active, and that's sort of anathema to what my life choices seem to be at this point. All right, so that's gonna put us there. We've got these in place. Nobody's owns any of them yet. Somebody did for a little while, and yeah, we'll start off with paying out the privates, I guess. Turns out I was an hour earlier than I thought I would be. I had myself dinner and played a little bit of Raid, just a teeny bit to make sure like that I don't overrun my points and whatnot. And I'm back down here. Now, I'm only here for like a half... I only have a half hour till I should be back up. So I'm going to just try to do an operating round. But it's kind of interesting because I'm not really down here out of the excitement for the game like I was earlier in the same way. I'm here more out of just not knowing what else the fuck to do with myself. I could watch videos and I'm like, I'm really tired of that life, whatever. At least right now. I'm sure I sink back into it. But anyway, let's get started. Threes are out now. Best move I could do with the 18, I think, was upgrading this for 20 bucks. And our run, we're still not able to use all our trains, but I don't think there's any way we could. Because this is just going to connect. I can't upgrade. I don't have the thing that allows me to upgrade to Brown. The one, this thing, which would be useful. But so I run at 60, 70, 80, 90, and then another 40, which is 130, 65, and 65. Finally made that amount that I thought I would make. I gotta remember somebody's gotta buy his train. Wait, I don't know. I know I meant to mention this. I don't think I did. I could very easily see the bidding getting screwed up with somebody spending too much money on bids or something along that line. Obviously, I almost can't imagine it not happening, right? And not just because I'm playing solo. I mean, it would probably be even more likely with a group of newer players or whatever, or even not so new players. I had a guy who was very used to 18XX in 1856 somehow mix his personal money in with his corporate treasury, which is a pretty extreme problem. Now, he wasn't hugely used to it, but relatively at that point. And just the confusion of having to keep track of all that. Now, obviously, if you set aside money, that helps, but then you might very easily not realize that you have that money again because of the overbidding and everything. So, obviously worse to break the rules than otherwise. I plugged through the old companies here. They all got their runs, and their runs are beginning to get good as, we've got upgrades, not just there, but we got some green cities showing up that's just improving the value. But then when I got to the end of them, I'm like, I really need to check the miners or the privates and see if any of these miners want their private. And in one case, I did do that, which is the LP went on to the 12 here because the 12 is able to run an extra 30 bucks here. The 20 is down here. It's not going to be any better than that, at least for quite some time. I don't know how the T's and Y's play out. They're the same. So, yeah. And right now, I could make an extra, 15 bucks by taking the train. And that train doesn't generate any income, so it's particularly important. The 5 train's kind of interesting because it generates income, but it takes forever before you can ever use it. So there is that. All right, on to the second tier of companies, but first I need to pipe up. Second tier, the 20 down here, is the first of the T tracks that was laid. I can get rid of one of the tokens, put this here. There's just the one company effect there, so that's fine. And let me think what else. Oh yeah, I didn't mention it. I think I've been taking it into account. We're hitting the green areas now, which actually I think I did not take account for that company. I know I did here and here, and I didn't for the 5 either. So I've got to up some income a little bit. It turns out my half hour is done, and I got to go play Raid. I'll do those fixes, and I'll be back to play the 7 company. Important to note, we're bypassing the major companies. They don't get played yet. They get done after the miners. The miners just seem to be like advancing in stock price. I rechecked it, and yeah, I mean, they just go forward one each time. I'm not at all used to that. I'm used to miners kind of having a fixed value. And I think you could get that fixed value magic by applying the same sort of requirements for them to move forward as you do for the major corporations. And it would kind of make sense. If the company has reached a static point, that's sort of the maximum of its revenue, its stock value, at least in terms of, you know, any kind of proportional stock values of anything else in the game, should stay about what it is. It shouldn't just keep rising, right? If anything, you know, the rolling stock is beginning to age and everything on these. They're becoming less and less potentially valuable. I'm not going to fiddle with that, but it does seem rather strange that they actually have. I'm not going to say a more dynamic stock market because they really don't. They almost always pay out. But a more positive stock valuation than feels like it's right. Of course, that money is part of how you get, that is how you get cash back in your hand from like ownings, right? Other than by selling stock or whatever, is by converting those into the corporations. You can steal money from the corporations. But on the other hand, do you really want to? Because they're really valuable to you, and giving you 50-50 splits, well, it's going to be hard to get big trains on them. That's the only thing, because you don't have a way to infuse them with money other than their runs. Quick check. I was really worried that the 3 trade created a shift in the number of trains the miners can hold. No, they're allowed their 2 still. I think I knew that earlier, but this would have been really horrible because not only would I lose the train, but this company just doesn't have the money. I'd have to buy a train out of pocket, basically. Of which we're at the first of the big crashes. Now, how do we get these? These get to be taken over during the corporation's operating turn. And let's take a look. So we've already run the 3 train. The 6 and the 9 are the 2 that are doomed for this player. Well, I have a deuce that I can move around. Here's what's interesting. My company is this one. I'll be able to hook up and absorb the 3 without any problem. And the 6 without any problem either. The 9, I'd have to take that as well. I might have to take that as well, but I think I could do them in order and just sweep them all in if I so desired. That would give me lots of dots. Maybe not dots I want. You know, it doesn't really feel... So here's the thing. This one might be valuable. I'm not convinced about these, but they might end up being choke points. However, I need dots to get me closer to the more valuable cities the Mexico City area, which has some wealth to it. So I don't think I'll be taking all the dots, but I may take all three companies. Anyway, what we do with the 6? Well, it doesn't have a train. It's still allowed to build track, and we will. Sure. We could branch out or something. I don't think that's really worth it. I think I'd rather lay a couple of tracks in this direction, or up this way or whatever, if it comes to that. So I'm going to link that up, and then what do I do? The 6 does not run a train. And falls back. Now I'm going to put it, I guess, up here. We'll just keep the majors completely separated. Doesn't really make much difference. I think either way works, because the majors are going to move. Well, they might not. They might pay out half, and not right now, but they might. And now I have to get myself a train. I have $75. I am going to, I guess, I put all my money in and buy it from the 3. I may want to keep $1 for flexibility. I'll do that in a moment. Does the 6 want to remove a station? Not yet. I like how the surveying cubes are unassigned. I kind of liked the idea that I first had, which was that they were assigned to corporations. I think even better than that would be they're assigned to a player, because one corporation would not unreasonably share data with another corporation that's in some sort of, what do we want to say, I don't know, conglomerate's not the word I'm looking for. Monopoly is not. It's the interlocking directorships type idea. That's what it feels like, that a player is a set of investors that might own multiple corporations. Anyway, but what really doesn't make sense is that I surveyed out the best route, and now some other company grabs it from me. Yeah, it might happen, but that would actually probably be, the way this game works, one of these private companies' capabilities to just steal something or something along that line. I think I'd really like to see the cube sets for each player include cubes that they can put on the board. And what might not be too bad, and this actually fits into a game that I was kind of fiddling around with in my head as an idea, somewhat similar, like Silverton has its surveyors and prospectors. I was thinking of adding a third type of thing, which was, I don't know quite what to call it. It's sort of a money man, right? He would be able to go into towns and raise up subscriptions to help get the rail there. He would be able to go to the big cities and maybe just get some cash. Not necessarily as a loan, but basically as a means of selling your shares, of getting your shares subscribed to and whatnot. This is all because I read that, what the hell, I read a book recently, and I did a book discussion on it, on the railway across to the Pacific, and how the funding was actually obtained and all that. And a lot of it was the little consortium of money in California subscribed the Western Pacific or whatever, and the Union Pacific was done much more to the by Eastern money, like real Eastern money, like New York City and stuff, and Boston. But people were going around to various communities and whatnot and trying to get support from them from various means. And you see that in like what is it? Railroad Tycoon. When you hook up a city, you get an infusion of cash. Well, it was really more like when you promise to hook up a city, you get an infusion of cash. which then you could cheat on, but it might cause issues. Anyway, I had this whole mechanism that I was playing around with in my head, but I don't remember a damn thing about it because I do all my game thinking now on my walk to the bar, and then I get drunk and dance and don't remember anything. Where the hell am I? Yeah, I was playing cubes, but I don't know what I was doing. I'm on company 23, I guess. Whatever that means. It's over here. I think I finished 6. 23 is another problem rail. And I have a pile of cash. 75, 85, 90. I could do a couple of things. I could buy this train real cheap. Here, it kind of doesn't matter because I think both the 3 and the 6 are going to fold into the Pacific. And I don't know what's up with the 9. It's probably going to buy a train real cheap off the 6. But just to keep some cash because it's going to run longer than the others. But here, I'm not as sure what I'm going to do. So the Mexican Central comes out of here. My 2 companies, and I got to kill one of the miners. One is the 2 up here, which, you know, I mean, maybe I can get through pretty easily. I don't know. The other one's the 23 over here, which looks like it's going to have a hellish time cutting through. So I think I want the 23 to have the train, which is what would be. And I think I want it to have as much money as possible. Now, I may regret this because I may need the money on the corporation, but I'm going to buy this. Now, I get to lay some track, and I get to fall back as well. 9 is going to pay minimal as well because it's going to have the train the longest. There's a good chance that it folds into that. They're all connected. That'll be my 3 station tokens. It gets me... Is this where I want to go? FCP? Yeah, it gets me close. Why is it FCP and not FDP? I don't know. Ferrocarril, I guess. Okay, so that bought its train hooked up down to here. This will actually be hooked up if I get an open run to there, and I'll hit my destination. And then you don't get a bonus destination run like you do in 1870. There you have to have a train to run it, though, in order to get your destination token. But it gives you a bonus run, which is like huge money. Like, it's just awesome to be able to get another whole run off of something. Falls back as well. We're going to see 2 things folding into that, I believe. And I gotta remember when something was bought. So like the 11 cannot fold into the FCM or whatever here. But there was something important I wanted to talk about. And I don't remember what it was. I do not remember. Oh yeah, I can't use this to upgrade to brown with one of the miners, so becomes a little bit less interesting at this point. Yeah, there was something I wanted to, and I don't recall at all. All right, well, I'll go on to the 11 then. The companies that started earlier that could just grab an L, the 11 is going to, oh, I know what it is. The 11 is going to also fall back. Here's what it was. These damn cylinders. Look, I know the components for these games, they're really kind of nice, the wooden pieces and everything. But I picked up the 9, it squirted from my fingers, knocked this over, rolled it around. No idea where it was from. I had to go look under the hexes. Could be possible that you could lose something like that. I still prefer the little counters from the earlier games in the 18XX family. 1830. Everything was kind of cheap in that. It's Avalon Hill, but cards were not that fancy back then. It came with paper money, but the Mayfair ones were really pretty high quality for their time. The cards were better quality. The money was fantastic quality. the counters were better quality than Avalon Hill tended to make. I was really impressed with them, and they were sort of my prizes. Nowadays, there's all these nice ones with wooden pieces and everything, but I gotta say, the wooden pieces, as long as they're not tall, it's okay. But I feel like even the thickness of these is way too much, and I'd rather have cardboard counters. I may be alone in this. There's something I really like about the nice components, but then when I actually am playing with them, they end up getting in the way more. It might be a pain in the ass, though, with little circles on this size board. However, these could be like a third as big as they are, as tall as they are, and then use counters for those suckers. They're just annoying. They're just annoying because you can't stack them. Right, we are on the 11, like I said. It's going to crash without a train. I can lay some track for it. It starts out here. Now, he can't absorb it this turn. This is the Ferrocarril Mexicano, which is FCM here. He's also running the 15, which is down here. Not very attractive for any reasons, really. The 16 and 18, which are here, wow, he's just got like this super powerhouse that he's built up around Mexico City. To me, the 16 and 18 are definitely, maybe not definitely, one of them is definitely going to go into the FCM. Which one, I don't know right now. The 18 is happy running a couple of things, so if something goes in early, it's going to probably be the 16. But I'm trying to figure out what I want to put money-wise. I think the 11 is not an unreasonable choice if I'm curving up this way. Oh, see, when I spilled, I made an error. Okay. If I'm curving up this way, there's a fair chance I get up into there, into the 11. I don't really want to come back around to Mexico City. That doesn't do my corporation any good. So I'm like looking at, hey, that's going to get the Pullman car, but not yet. Pullman's giving me $10 around, so screw that. But if that's the case, I want the money on the 18. So I am going to pay, I don't have a lot of money. I'm going to pay $98, giving me 2, just in case I have to buy 2 more trains for the 2 train there. Did I lay any track? I did. I laid a cube there. And this falls back to the 45 space. And now we're going to go to the major corporations. I'm going to swap batteries because this one's running a little low. Housekeeping is part of the operating phase. This is problematic as far as I'm concerned. Because figuring out how much capital should be in the companies is really hard to do at this point. It was only really, it was hard enough to do at the moment when I was exchanging the money in the shares and all that. Sure, some of the money comes out for the shares that are bought. That's no problem. But it's the money that comes out for the president's certificate that I wouldn't want to be trying to figure it out at this point. Even if I was playing straight through, I've been busy moving moving the miners and whatnot. If I was playing it straight through and playing as one person, I feel like I'd have to write down the amount I need anyway. The only thing that I'd keep in mind is the fact that floating a corporation doesn't appear to kill the bank. It doesn't take money out of the bank. Now, it wouldn't anyway, right? Because you'd be paying, let's say it was a normal share. I think it's just wrong. I think I'm going to just play it as if that money is transferred at the time the company is actually floated, instead of here, where it says on a major or minor companies, you put the home station, then you place the initial capital in the company treasury. I'm just going to say it happens during the stock round when the actual transaction takes place. I don't think it's going to have much effect ever. So one thing I was considering here is that each of these, so there seem to be very different ways to play this game, okay? Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, people need to get corporations to be able to absorb their miners, and so the concessions started falling, and there's only two left, and now they become kind of a rare commodity and maybe a desirable one. I'm wondering how likely it is that a concession will just pass completely until, what is it, the 5 train, and someone can then buy it, and then the concessions die essentially, and someone can buy it as a presidency at that point. That seems highly unlikely as a style of play. Now, one thing that we haven't seen much of is people investing in this, and maybe if they invest in that, maybe that happens more. I'm not sure. We have very little, we had like one guy hold it for 1 or 2 turns, and that's it, 1 share, and very little came of it. And now, it's just at a fixed value and not making more money. That will change. It'll start going forward in the stock market again, because people have upgraded stuff around it. Not it's doing in any sense of the word. And then there's the whole question of how many miners you want to hold. How many can you get away with? Because again, they're better than anything else you're going to have, right? Like it's one certificate, goes up in value, probably forever, because there's nothing to slow it down, and it splits 50-50 with you. So if you could get a good trade on it, it's great. The problems with it is, well, it only has 1 dot, so it's not going to get good usage out of a big train. It's going to become kind of pointless. And like an E-train. And it's also going to have trouble raising the revenue without the aid of a major corporation to be able to stay afloat and buy trains. Of course, you always have your out, but that out might involve having to steal a train from another company like we're seeing here. Everybody's scrambling to avoid getting hurt too bad. All right, what's our first major? It is not this. That goes after all the majors do, no matter what. So it's the MC. It doesn't quite, because this is cut off because there's so many little circles here, it doesn't quite fit on the tile, which is actually why I think there's a tile, because otherwise counters would fall off. Well, they would be tilted and all kind of shit like that. Does not have a train, will be going back, has the money obviously to buy itself a train, could buy a train off the 23. Yeah, probably doesn't make a lot of sense. If I want the 23, I just absorb it. But I'm going to be absorbing the 2. And what else do we have here? We have track lays. We get 2 track lay positionings. Nobody's really able to go in here, but somebody could if I'm probably going to have to play at least this track lay, because I don't think there's any restriction for anyone building that track now that I'm actually a company. But I may be wrong. Reserved and cannot be placed without the agreement of the director. Yeah, no, somebody would have to agree to play there. So I'm actually in control, so now there's no problem at all. So yeah, I can put a couple of cubes there and reduce my cost to 0. I can't put a cube here because I'm not there yet. So, I could either pay money to pick my piece now, or and then face the consequences of that, or put a couple of cubes and see what happens. I've done this before. I want to acquire a miner. When does that happen? Probably after I go back. I might also want to acquire a private, but maybe not. Operating round actions. Acquire privates is the first thing, so I can do that before I need it, whatever that is. That one gives extra money. So that gives more cash than I'm getting from it. But do I want it in a corporation that I have 30% of? Not really, I think. I don't know. All right, let's find this again. Where was it? We were looking for the sequence apply, which the rules are in the order of it, but I'm not finding it. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, here we go. Okay. Housekeeping, private companies, lay upgrade track, check connection to destination. My destination is F21. I obviously haven't made it there because I don't go anywhere, but I'm just kind of curious where I have to go. F21. There it is. Kind of hard to see. Okay. And that means the 2 is kind of in the direction I want to go anyway. Run trains, earnings. Okay. We're going to go on top of here because none of those other companies are going to be standing still. But normally we probably want to insert ourselves below this in case it stands still and would hold its position. By rolling stock. Okay, so we buy the train before we acquire a minor company, which means we can't just absorb a minor and get the stock. But we have a problem. We're not connected to the minor. We have a big problem. We are not connected to the 2 company. So we can't just absorb it the way he's going to be able to absorb whichever ones of these he wants. Because, and you may only be able to grab 1 per turn too, which is going to cause him problems. So let's look again. Acquire a minor company. That sounds pretty ugly. Only 1. Yeah, he's going to have problems too. It's not good to buy those, to have late L trades. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then what I need to do is I could buy this train. That still doesn't help me. And I don't know how I hook this shit up to the 2. That's a lot of work. And I got to tell you, it's even more work to hook it up to the 23. I can't just grab these. So, yuck. Well, I definitely want a 3 train. Fuck. I was afraid I broke it there. Right? There are no other options. I buy a 3 train. I have another $100. This is 150, 160 something. That could get me another 3 train. 2 could buy this. I could pay out of pocket for part of this. I think that may be the best I have to do. So let's put all our money in here and grab a deuce. Not thrilled with it, but it's what we're doing. Because we have to keep alive because we're not hooked up. And we're nowhere near hooked up. I was just thinking, I can crash my miners into things. Yeah, you can't. You've got to have them. You've got to have them connected, which works fine for this little connection. Works fine for his little connection. The MC did not choose wisely. I do have other options, though. I do. I forgot about this. I can issue or redeem stock, which is, I think, the last thing in the turn. Yep. Issued stock causes the price to move one step left per 10%. The company receives from the bank the final resting price. That's not pleasant. So right now, I could dump these at 90 a share. I'm sorry, no. I could dump one of them at 80, two of them at 70, three of them at 60. Have I solved my problem? This could come out of pocket. I think this is the best I can do. The 2 is going to buy his train back, I guess. I don't know if he wants his train or if he wants the big 3 train. The 3 train is probably more attractive. He's going to buy a train back, and the 23 has some cash and can maybe buy a 3 train. And then I'll be running 2 miners with 3 trains, and the stupid Mexican Central is going to be running a deuce. It's going to be really unattractive. Nobody's going to want to own it. That much I can tell you. All right, interesting. Okay, we go back to the FCP up here, the yellow. That also is going to have issues. Now that is up here in Nogales. Okay, he's got an issue too. He can't absorb his minor companies either. Because this is the first round that this corporation has started. Let's check the requirements. In which either company runs for the first time. Which means I've got to juggle trains some more. Well, I'll buy what I can, but looky, I don't have enough money for a train. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. All right. Well, this is just peachy. I throw in $30 of my own cash. God. And another 3 comes out. I mean, we were kind of doing what we could to save our companies, so. But it's very, very clear. You got to be careful with MLs. They are dangerous. This goes back, and it's actually under these for what it's worth. That's not a big deal. I could buy another train. No, I couldn't. To get the 3 train, I needed to reach into pocket, which means I can't touch this train. So I'm stuck there. I could have bought a token. Yeah, I don't want to buy a token. So yeah, that's it for the FCP. That's going to put me on. Now we're going to the healthy companies, the ones that aren't wrecked already. We're going to the FCM here. A lot of cutesy stuff with the FCM. One thing I can't do is lay any track. But I think what I'm going to do, fall back. And the cutesy stuff I could do is like I could buy a train off the 18, then it would have to buy my train. I'm definitely going to buy a 3 train. Wow, those are running low. Boom, 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 boom. Especially if people are like paying out of pocket for trains. Oh, that leaves me not much money left. These start really undercapitalized. I'm used to partial cap games. Man, you kind of start the companies on the 2 train, you know, which only costs $80, in most of those games. The 3 train is like 120. Here it's 200. I'm finding myself really short on cash because I'm also not actually capitalizing. Well, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah, no, I'm capitalizing I'm floating at 20%. Is that normal? Well, in 56 you float on the train level. So if 2 trains are available, are the only train available, you can float on 2 shares. But if 3 trains are available, you need to have 3 shares to float, which kind of guarantees that you have enough cash to operate your company. This is not doing that at all. These attempts to save our companies, they're not working. But he's okay for now, and I think he's just done. Which puts me on the last one, which is the Poipel, which also, hey, these are healthy, right? You know, sort of. Except that 4 is looking awfully close. Possible my players went for early cash too hard by buying the miners. That's, you know, the natural inclination for me in XX. Miners going to make money. Grab the miners. They make the best. They may not be that great a purchase because they start eating up the trains. Sure, the trains will get eaten up by this anyway. But if you pick carefully, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like it doesn't matter. If you don't buy the miners, he's going to eat up the trains. If you buy the miners, you're eating up the trains. At least you're making money off of running them. Oh boy, does this feel scary. Okay, so the FCN starts in that little space there. I will be able to build track for free. And I have the 12 and the 20. Well, the 20 doesn't look very helpful. The 12 looks very helpful, so that's what we're going to hook up. Realize these guys bought a 3rd share. I don't know what I'm thinking. I thought there'd be $200 on these companies. What did I do? Well, I started them too low. But there's... Oh, $200? Wait a minute, those trains aren't 300. They're 200. Who crashed? Fuck. Like, I'm trying to figure out if... Yeah, I don't think he had to pay. I think I counted that as a $300 train. Oops. I took about $40 from him. Let me calculate out what that train's supposed to be. Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, he doesn't have 300. Wait a minute, it's 200. I'm probably getting confused by that 4 train up there, marked at 300. I don't know. Fine for him with 3 shares. With 3 shares, sure, he was higher. He was at 100 per. This guy was at 90 per. At 90 per, I should have $270 in the treasury. Oh, which means I wasn't right. It wasn't 45. So if I had 270 in my treasury, then 200 went to the train. There should be 70 left in the treasury. I don't think I spent anything. And that means he should have $30 that I stole from his pocket. Yeah, because they're only 200 each. And that's an amount I can afford. Well, done with the operating round. We have the Mexican National, which is running a shit ton of trains that go nowhere. That's a 60. That's one of my deuces. Oh, I could run a 3. Hold on. 60 and 60 is 120. That's the 3 train, say. 120, I think that's the best I can do. 270. 270, that's a deuce. They don't come out any other way. I don't have any any L's left, which is good because there aren't any. So it looks to me like 270, huh? Which is a lot. It's like twice what I was making. This got upgraded. 67, no, 60, 100, 120. 150, no, 170. Where did I get 270 from? 60, 100, 120, 170. Oh, I may have counted, yeah, but that would have only got me to 200. 60, 70, 80. Get 140 instead. Okay, I got to take the 170, and that will send its stock value up. All right, I think we've spent a lot of time on this operating round where I should be playing Raid. I do actually want to play this right now, but I'm also kind of fatigued in a different sort of way than I am. Like Summer Storm, I'm fatigued and I want to get away from the game. Here I'm fatigued, my back hurts a little bit, shit like that, where it's like, but I used to fucking like kneel until my legs were dead playing 1830 or some of the other early ones on my floor. So, all right. Okay, did a little bit of Raid. It's like 4:30 or so now, so that sucks. But and I'm about ready to start the second operating round. I think it was a wise choice. I wasn't really thinking about it at the time to just take the 500s out and just know that I've got $20 that I need, that I don't have in the bank. I've got 20 extra bucks for the bank. Because with all the different little companies in this, there's a lot of spaces for money to go. I'm finding I'm running out of the 25s, which are the thing that I need the least of, right? But I have so few of them. Well, 500s, but whatever. Just ran the 18. No, this isn't my major company. Never mind. Having the I got to pay attention to the privates. Make sure I don't want to take them on. The 18 doesn't want to take a Pullman on. It's not hitting any doinkers yet. Stuff like that. But the large port, I actually have a place for it, but that place is problematic, and I think I actually have to eventually subsume the 18 into the FCM. Now, that makes sense. They're the same company. They're both the Ferrocarril Mexicano. Just one's a minor, one was a concession, one's a private minor, and what? But you kind of can't get out without the 18. Now, eventually, this Y does upgrade into a double city, which is interesting. Oh no, that's the yellow Y. Eventually it upgrades into a triple city that all connects, and then I'll be able to run more trains through it. So I don't know if I'm going to absorb it right now, but if I don't absorb it, I can't absorb any of these. So there's a fair reason to be considering pulling that in right away, even though that's a huge moneymaker now. It's 68 in pocket, 67 in the company treasury. We're out of greens now. When I actually opened the camera was the large port here. So I could increase my run by $10 and make $5 for the more for the company, $5 more for my pocket. But this produces $10 in pocket. I'd rather have $10 in pocket than $5, than $10 split, which is all this would do right now. Now later maybe it gets better. It's hard to tell, but right now, and I can't put it on the 18. But even if I could put it over here, even if I merge the 18 and put it over there, it still wouldn't make me a lot of money. And again, I want to make cash in pocket. That's always the goal in an 18XX as far as I'm concerned. Building a great company, hey, it's fantastic. and it might be worth losing some money short term, but not early mid game. You know, it's like there are very few games of 18xx. 1870 is one of them because it's so fucking long, where it's worth taking hits relatively early in the. Even that, it's not worth taking them in early in the game, but in the mid game, it starts to become worth it. I think we're starting to enter the mid game here, even though the corporations are just floating. It just can't last all that long. It's supposed to be a fairly fast playing game. It's just, it has a totally different pace than what I'm used to. Similarly, with things like the Pullman, I'm going to have to make decisions. How much am I going to make from it? Does it make up for the $10 increase in revenue, you know, or does it make up for the $10 I get in pocket? And that's just this constant thing. The 5 train is obviously going to be a deal to switch over. Some of these others, the 2 that I sent somewhere, I have an LP here. Somebody has, oh, he has a permanent 2 train. That's almost certainly going to go over into the Mexican Central. Although they have no way to run it right now, so, you know. A lot of Ys, which is good because, for example, this hex, I have to have 4 adjoining things. 4. There's only one kind of track that can do that. This is the only kind of track that can do that. The other Ys are just not applicable. I can't play them. Some of the other Ys may have other things, but this one also looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa, this one is. Oh no, this is already green. That's why. I got a cost for this that I don't want to pay. Damn it. I mean, my best way to get money is to upgrade that, but especially with the LP there. I have the cash to do it. Do I want to delay a turn again for $5, $5? Yeah, I think I do. I think I just want to put, well, it's actually delaying a couple of turns because I got to put 2 cubes in there. My other company's not going to help me. That's the 20. It's down here. It's too far away. I still think even delaying 2 turns is worth it. And someone else may upgrade me or help. Now we're on one of the problem children. The 3 company. The 5, there was something kind of neat that happened there, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, I upgraded track for this thing, which I had to put a little marker on it. It's not a T, it's a Y, but it needs one of these to remind me that there's a company that starts there. It's a corporation. It's actually my corporation, I think. Wait, maybe not. No, his corporation. He's the guy who did the light. The 3 is going to crash. Great. I can do a track lay, no problem. I'm not going to do anything with privates because they don't matter. So this is his first crash, and he comes in after those guys. But what are my choices? Well, the 9 is the hardest to get in to that. The 3 almost has to go in now unless I lay track for the 6 to go in. So I got a few options here. I could throw $44, 41? Something like that. I could throw some quantity of cash, yeah, I think $41, into, in order to get a 3 train. And I don't think that's a bad idea. It's not a huge amount of money. It's early in the game still, which kind of sucks. But it'll give me an operating train, and then the 6 can buy that. That will let the 9 actually run. And then this can take over the 3. We're going to start losing capabilities as this goes. This is the problem. And it's a reason you might want to release shares. I just feel like, boy, I don't want to issue shares because it reduces my stock price. And that's a horrible thing. That may not be such a terrible thing in this game if you can come roaring out and make double payouts a couple of times or something like that where you make up the ground. But I don't feel like that's going to happen. I'm trying to save these miners with, my stock shares. And what it also means is that people can buy from here when it's low and pollute my eventual total capitalization with the shitty shares, just like if I release them. Of course, if I'm not running, that's going to be problematic too. But I think I've come up with a way to take the hits on the miners instead, which isn't great, but whatever. By the way, I'm up on the next of the painful companies. The 20 made a nice little run here. Just not seeing a use for the Pullmans and stuff. Yeah, companies like the 15 may find a use for it, but it's pretty painful. It's pretty hard to find a way to utilize it. And I just don't see the value of, you don't want to give up something that makes you money. The 2 is the next wrecking train, and there's a bad thing here. So this guy bought another 3, and obviously these trains are going to have to, the 4s are going to come out very soon, which means all the 2s are going to die. So I think everybody wants to start sucking their miners in because those are just going to become massive liabilities. He's going to have to play hide the train, basically, because there wouldn't have been enough money to get the $200 train. But you can take over a miner when it has no train. So what I can do is I can buy a train for the 2. The 23 can then buy it, the train from the 2. This will keep a 3 train on it, or maybe it'll keep a 2 train. I don't know. It doesn't have a great road. Because nobody will buy my shares if it sucks, and my stock value is not going to go up, so what the hell? It's more important to make the big runs with your stocks, but maybe this is just garbage. I don't know. And then, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, I absorb one of these, so I actually don't have to buy a train. But there's going to be a lot of 2s falling if and when a 4 comes out. Now, when's that going to happen? I don't see a lot of cash kicking around anywhere to buy a $300 train. But he's almost certainly going to do it. Because who wants to grab these up? They look really, really questionable at this point. His situation is worse than I thought. He has to try to hook the 2 up. So I built an upgrade here. But that's not trivial. That's going to have to cut through here and to there. And that's not the optimal track for the MC. But what can I do? At least it's angular track. Lawson track if you must. But yeah. Anyway, let's buy a train for as much, everything but $1. I mean, we're going to take it all over, right? We hope, but we might not. It would have been a wise design choice if instead of calling it an L train, they had called it a 1+1 train. Since they say it's effectively a 1+1 train in the rules. Look. Don't make up new terminology, new ways of doing things. There's not really a great reason for that I can see. Now, maybe the 1+1 had to hit a doink. I don't remember. I don't remember such trains. But it's like, I don't know. If I saw 1+1, I would kind of know what it does. And would know that I can hit a doink. Whether or not I know I have to hit a doink is different. When I saw the L, yeah, it was at the back of my head at one point that it was a 1+1, but that drifted away because most of the companies could only run in their own hex. Anyway, so that's the two. It bought this up, fell back, and now we keep going. It's kind of interesting. I think you can have one of these special trains, make a run, make money, pay out, go forward on there. You still need to buy a train, but I think that would be a legitimate thing to do. Now, it won't work with the Permanent 2 train. That's only for real companies. But this thing could serve that purpose. Because there doesn't appear to be anything in the mechanisms that say if you don't have a train, you can't run your your special trains. Note that would have been helpful if these concessions had the hex number on them. Because now to check the hex number, I gotta walk over here. That's F21, or look on the map. You know, like it's not going to be on here. F21 is going to be this one. I just wanted to make sure what I'm looking at, what I'm trying to build for here. Being a little dicky by playing this, I think they're all 3 space ones. This is the one I want, and if he's doing something, hey, I want to make sure that he's doing what I want to do. This would have been the only thing to do though, because there are no bow and arrows in this track set. So no overpass terrain or whatever. So this was maybe not that important, but I played it, so fuck it. But what I was thinking is one of the problems with this kind of angular track is that with the other track, with the curvilinear or whatever they want to call it, sort of if you're coming into here, if you're coming into a certain space, there usually aren't a couple of different paths through getting to the same location. I find it easier to figure out, to keep track separate runs distinct for a single company. I found this kind of track sometimes creates illusions of places where you can run 2 trains where you actually can't, more for me. But that may just be me having an issue with it because I'm less familiar with it. I'm not sure. A little bit of trouble getting these little tiny hexes in, especially around Mexico City where things are just a pain in the ass. And I've got the tile underneath there. But the 16 laid this. Now, before I do that, I want to acquire this. That gets me a Pullman there, because that's going to make me some money right away. How much? I don't know, quite a bit, because I can hit Mexico City, which is a big deal. I was planning on using the Pullman here, but it makes a lot more sense here. And I may be out of miners, you know. So now this runs 9, 10, 11 instead of 4, which is a big difference. On another train wreck. Now, it's the 6. I can pull from either the 3 or the 9. Whichever one I pull from is what's going to fall into this. Now, I had thought, oh, the 3 makes more sense. Yeah, does it? For $100, I could drop a token here. Now, not that I want to, but I could. But this is the more important place for a token, I think. Kind of cutting everybody off from up there. I don't know if I need to be up there. It's down here I want to play, as I said before. So I think I want to suck the 9 in, which means I want to buy the train off the 9. That means all the money goes over there, but that's okay. That's okay, right? I think. And the 6 could actually lay me some track here that would allow any of the miners to build down here. Now the 23 is his other crash. Might as well upgrade track. I'm going to be trying to crash the 2 into the Mexican, and I'm kind of close to doing so. I can't do it yet though. Fuck. I have an extra tile lay, which I think I'll have to take over to be able to hook this in so that I can save so that I can save myself from this death spiral that I'm in. But yeah, and I think that means that this guy is going to relieve himself off the 2. I'm going to keep the cash on the 23 because with a few runs, maybe it'll be able to buy a 3 train. Yeah, I don't know. There ain't good. This is going to eat the 3 train up, and $300 is a lot, but at least that money will insulate me a little bit if everything goes completely wrong, which it shouldn't with a corporation. Another train wreck. Now, if I'm going to absorb the 9, do I want to move all this money over to the 6? Well, wait a minute. I'm not going to absorb the 9 because I bought with the 6. Yuck, 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 yuck. Not what I wanted to have happen. All right. What's the deal and why would I want... Like, I don't have to take the dot, right? I think the 3 is the best thing for me to eat. So I'm going to move very little of the money onto the 3. Put a cube here. Oh, there is a cube there. It needs another one, though, because I don't want to spend any money. Last of these poor late starting companies is the 11, which is actually healthy. It was able to buy a 2 off of what? Off of this. Yeah, that's what it was able to buy it off. The operating round procedure order is important because acquiring a miner comes just before redeeming stock. It's sort of the last thing in the round. Which means if I want to be able to hook the 2 up, I have to scoop up my extra tile lay here. First thing my company does is it takes this in. It would make $10 a round, but I'm closing it immediately so that I can build this where there were 2 cubes, and then build this connection. Those are actually have another yellow track lay if I want it, but I don't know if I have to take them both in order, nor can I would have to pay $80 to do it. So but I might be able to put, yeah, if I don't have to take them both in order. I suspect I have to take them both in order, though. Let's take... I know it's not specific about this. I know it's not specific about it. So operating rounds, build actions. Okay. A miner company can take 1 yellow tide build action, 1 yellow tide, or 1 yellow. Yeah, so I'm taking one and then I get another one. And the question is, can I kind of interleave this, right? Because I can't build this track until I build this track. This is fucking awful shit. It's so weird to have the curvilinear style track from 1830 for just a couple of pieces, just a couple of hexes on the map when it comes down to it. Here, here, I think that's it. And it's just, this one's just fucking awful, but I need a straight across, and I would rather create some sort of boot plug there. I think I have to take 1 yellow cube, 1 yellow build action, and then the other. I don't think I can interleave this between the 1. You could make an argument in the other direction. There's nothing that says it, so that I could put a cube here and make that more likely to upgrade more quickly. I just don't think I'm allowed to. So this is destroyed. And hey, we're starting to get rid of crap already. What company is this? This is the MC. The MC is running a big bad 3 train. Well, I could also take on this permanent 2 train, which I have nowhere else to put, but I got nowhere to run it. So I'm going to hold it off because why, why reduce my opportunities? Maybe I end up with another corporation. On that. See, that's the whole thing. If I have that permanent 2 train, then I can run out of here and up here if I choose to take the token for the fucking 2 way up there. I don't know if I want that token. Like, it's quite possible I will not have many tokens, and breaking out of Mexico, Mexico City area, is more important than making a little extra money here. So that's going to be a tough call. I've got to make my mind up pretty quickly. But my run is going to be 60, 70, 100, which, hey, we're the first one of these to actually put a marker, and we actually make money if we pay out, and at 100 we might as well, especially since these are in my treasury. So I get $30 and 70 goes in here. It's the same as the 50-50 split, as long as no one else owns shares. Now, I'm going to acquire the 2. Well, how do I acquire it? I'm acquiring it from a player. So it's an appropriate operating ground. I can trace a route. For now, I could get dotted all to hell. The directors have to agree? Yeah, we do. All assets must be in place. Okay, this is the problem, because the major company has to be able to fund my two shares of the 2. Now the 2 is worth $200. I don't have $200, but you know what I do have? I have 2 shares in the Mexican Central that I can throw in at $100 each. That's where they are now. And that pays this off. Now, this does not go into the Mexican, because I just bought it instead. So it is destroyed. The money from the 2 comes over here. Now I have 50% of the company, which is kind of cool. Ooh, I'm running out of places to safely put the garbage. We got rid of some more crap off the board. Cool. And what else? Well, I have to decide on that dot. Do I want a damn token way up here or another available one? If I'm going to take the permanent train, I want that dot, because I can run for more money. I'm at 50-50 right now. On the other hand, if I want to get out of Mexico City, I think we trash it and shift one of these over. I'm hoping the company can remain reasonably solvent without that permanent 2 train, without without all the problems that I'm going to be facing there. Now the 2 train I can still put over there if I buy a $100 dot. Now where's my destination? My destination is F21, which is up here. What's up with the destination? Check connection for destination. This would have happened during tile laying. If I can trace a route from home station to destination, I must place my destination token free of charge. So I actually got this. F21 is up here. Is there a company there too? There's also a 30, but that's the money value. I'm getting confused by the combination of money value. So there is a company that starts there, But there is a free space there. So I end up in there. Yeah, let's put it down here. And these tiny little tiles. When they get a little off angle, they really kind of irritate me. So yes, I have my destination. I wasn't able to make a destination run, but that may actually change my mind as to that token. No, it certainly doesn't. Anyway, what I have to do is run a train that goes from here to there. That's not going to be easy. That's a long ways. So yeah, I want that token over here. And it's kind of cool because I can run off the destination token as if it's a city token, right? I believe so. They're not reserved and can be tokened. They're still available for the owning company. When placing... See, it doesn't say here that destinations count as normal station tokens. Maybe it says... when I design my run, let's build track, check for destination, run trains. Routes, see section 6.4. Yeah, that's must include at least 2 and no more stations. Every route must contain at least one of the station tokens in it. Oh boy. If I read this explicitly, I don't think I can use the destination token as a place that I can make my run from. And to me that kind of makes sense. Like, I can only make my run from here or those available tokens. This one is just something special. One, it allows me to run through that space. I have a reservation there. But also, it gives me that doubling value. Because destination token... See here, oh no, see here it says destination, oh, destination station. Destination station token. Okay, it is a station token. It is a special kind of station token. It's a destination station token. If it just said destination token there, I would say I couldn't run off of it, but I think I can run off of it, which means that this may well end up in my company at this point. Not right now. I can't do it now, actually, but on the next turn so that I can run 2 different trains. Unless I buy a train. Now, I could release $100 shares. I have 50% of the company. I'm only allowed to buy 1 more of these. The rest stay in here. But I'm happy with that. I don't feel like I absolutely need to release shares. Either people are going to be giving me $100 each. No, I could get $90, sorry. Either people are going to be giving me $100 for each of these, or I'm going to be getting I'm going to get a 50-50 split with a major corporation, which is a good deal, unless I buy one. Problem child. The next corporation formed to solve a problem, really. We upgrade Nogales. That gets us a 10 run, which of course will pay out. And... we get the money 30 and 70, and then I have to resolve that 3 company. Make sure there's nothing here. Did I want the small port? Doesn't really help me. See, I'm hitting a 40 here with a 3 train. I could hit a 40 here instead. So no help. Might as well keep getting my $10 a turn. That's fine. But the 3 is the one I need to rescue. Well, the 3's value currently is, oh shit, 110. Fuck, I cheated over here, didn't I? The Mexican Central was worth 100. Those 2 shares of the 2 The 2 started relatively early. Those 2 shares were worth a total of 100. So I actually owe $100 to my company if I want that share. There's no reason for me to want that share. So I'm going to actually leave this at 4 shares. So my thing was only worth 100, not 200. I paid myself for $200 worth of stuff, which is definitely cheating and not good. It also wasn't particularly good for the company, because now I could have taken that share and put the $100 in here, but that's going to limit my capabilities again, and I don't think this is going to sell out before I can get 2 shares if I desire them. So that's fine. Okay, and now I take a look at, what about the 3 train? Well, the 3 train, oh shit, no. Shit, no. No. Those were not 50 each. These guys move around. Those were 100 each. Yeah. Nope, I do get this. Oh well. All right. So yeah, these are 110, and unfortunately, this should have paid out. It did. It's paid out, and it's worth 90 only, which means that if I don't want to give up money, 2 shares of this is $180, but I owe $220 for the 2 shares of the 3, which is up here. So I owe $30 more to the player, as well as these 2 shares. I get the whole buck that's in there. And now we decide on the disposition of the 3. I believe I do not want the 3. I want that token to shift over. I'm probably going to take the 9 token and just hope that nobody cuts this shit. Which may be one hell of a big hope, but it's okay. And I may not even want the 9. I may want to, just dot down here with cash and see how far I can get. So that is going to kill the 3. We exchange the shares, and we should be more or less all good, except for some cleanup. I wanted to get through the end of these, but I'm going to break for a bit because I'm out of tea, I'm out of pipe, and I'm out of breath. No. So yeah, I'll be coming back down. I'll do the FCM, which has a complex question in its head. I think I know the 18 is what I'm going to absorb, but not sure how I feel about that. But yeah, in fact, it's the only thing I can absorb, and I must absorb something. The train situation with all these deuces, this is going to wreak havoc on me just like it did on the other players. I get the feeling that everybody bought too many miners. Everybody bought too many. Because you know what? In 18xx games, miners tend to be the way to win the game. Like, usually. I think this one is trying to teach you, you got to think before you do something. Don't just play according to instincts. Yeah, miners with their 50-50 split are usually such a good deal. And the fact that you can keep them forever, just like in 18 New England, by the way, you can keep them forever there, can make them a really powerful source of income throughout the game. You're holding it on one certificate, and sure, it's only running 1 train at the end of the game, although it might be more than 1 in this game. But the 18 is the one that has to go in, so that's going to go there. These can't be sold or traded or anything like that. But we're going to absorb what we absorb, and right now I feel like the 18 is necessary. All right. Breakdown. Went to the FCM, and I ran for 9 a share, paid out. There wasn't any track I could lay, nothing I'm able to get here that helps me right now, so keep the cash coming. And I'm going to acquire the 18. Now I want the token for the 18. It's a way out of Mexico City. So there is that. The 18 is worth 135 a share. That means I owe 270 bucks. Wow, I may not be able to do this. That's 160. 210. I said like 270. I don't have the cash. I guess I have to forego until I get more money in here. Now, I could release shares, but why bother? I can buy shares. Somebody else actually is riding along with me. They thought it was a good company, but they were kind of wrong. It's the worst of the three that have run so far. Actually a terrible result, right? Like, I have too many 2 trains. I need to break my way out. I need to get that 18 there, right? When the 5 trains come out, all kind of hell breaks loose. So it's the 4s I'm worried about, though, right now. When the 4s come out, these all become useless, and I certainly don't have the money to infuse 4 miners, right? But I do have, like, the desire to connect several of them into my corporation. I just don't have the cash to do that either. The amount of planning that you have to make to get things to work in this, I feel like with most XXs, you can kind of stumble along. I don't think you can with this one. Or maybe it's meant to, like, cause these multiple crashes, and that's why, you know, Mexico didn't have a stable economy, right? Oh, good Lord. Last of the major publics, which is the FCN, running out of here. It's just running a 3 train right now, but I'm allowed to pick these things up, which maybe I want to, maybe I don't know. The Pullman allows me to hit doinkers. So right now, what? I should be paying attention to fucking destinations here, man. This one was going to L17. Let's make sure it didn't make it. L17. This? That doesn't make sense. This looks like 17 here. L17. What the fuck? Is there a city that I like 8? I'm looking for... I honestly think I did make it to my destination here. I think it's here. I think it's actually L13. FCP. Sure looks like it. Yeah, I think that should be L13. There have been misprints in a couple of these all-aboard games. The New England had one on a tile upgrade. Okay, so that meant this would have been here. When does that happen again? It happens before you run trains. Could I have made a better run? Because here I'm running at 100, and here 40, 70, 80. Yeah, okay. No. And I do take up a slot there unless those were already eaten up. This is really a cool spot. I'm so glad I got that for free. I still want that extra token here. I don't want this one because I can bypass that if I need to, right? But that is the key token that I wanted most, because that gets me almost a guaranteed route of one sort or another into Mexico City. So that's cool. We caught that destination. Let's look at the FCP. What is that? That's N27. Well, 27's a long way away. N27, that's here. Yeah, we've already looked at this one. So as soon as I clear the 18, and the next run, I would get the destination there, and I would get that destination doubled. That would be fucking huge. I really, really want this fucking piece. And I can't use the cash on the company, on the miner, to help acquire it, right? Like, if anything, that should count against me in a sense. Wowzer. I am so screwed there. But what about this guy? This guy is going to G22. There's 22. Okay, let's find G. Like here's H, here's G, and 22 is out here somewhere. I think what they're doing is this. So purple, I'm guessing, is here. Or that's the FNM. That's the one I'm looking at. Yeah, the purple. So that's up there. Where does the FNM start? It starts here. I make my destination. Awesome. Even without laying track, I get to lay this down, and that opens up some opportunities for me. Now this one is a reserved space, right? The MIR has a reserved space here. So I'm not allowed to be there. I'm dangling off. That has to be left open for this piece. And yeah, you have to either look on the map, which is a little tiny for my eyes nowadays, or move tokens around, which becomes problematic for sure. But I haven't built my track yet. Look at the 12 and the 20. I am actually hooked up to the 12, so I can grab that, and that is an outstanding place. I can't do much with it right now. But what I am going to do is I'm going to grab the Pullman. That lets me be a plus train. I'm going to grab the mail contract, which allows me to take half the base value of the start and end stations from one of the trains operated. Now remember, these can be dealt with in a different way. I don't have to pay out full, well, that was an idea I could swallow or something like that. But yeah. Okay. So my run, I haven't upgraded yet. I don't see anything that I absolutely want to upgrade. I'm going to put a token here. That's one of my build options, right? I get 2 yellow track lays, right? A major company gets 2 yellow tile build actions. So one of them is going to be this. The other one could be to upgrade that. Do I want to upgrade that? Well, the 12 is mine. And I don't see a hell of a lot else that I terribly want to do. I have a couple of track options for runs. And maybe I don't take the Pullman, right? One of them is 60, 70, and 80 is 15. Okay. The other one is 60, 70, 100, 110, 150, 18 to here. I would really like to branch up and hit there to get the doubled money. Wouldn't be able to do that this turn. Not able to do what I did either. Right then. Oh no, I couldn't play. I couldn't play both. So I could put the green as one of my track lays, but I may not want to do that. Instead, I may want to branch this up. That's going to get me more money in the long term when I can actually run to my destination. Although I may not be able to go this way much longer, I may have to go up this way, but whatever. That's what we have instead. Which is, again, 6, 7, 10, 11, 15, 18 a share, which is pretty damn good. And of course, we can pay that out, but I didn't count this. That's special. So it's 18 The Pullman, I think, is part of my normal run. I don't think I can. I don't think I can take the plus part of that away from the train. But this is a special situation which I am allowed. This goes directly into Treasury. Okay, so I get 18 a share, but I also get half the base value of the start and end station. Start and end station, 60 plus 30. I get 45 bucks in there straight up. Rewind a little. This thing made 9 bucks a share, right? Yeah, 54, yeah. Yeah, I don't have much in here. That's the problem. All my fucking money's here. I needed... Not good. Not good at all. Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking and I'm like, wow, I made a big run. Yeah, but this guy made a really big run, which is between the Pullman and the mail car. He has over 200 bucks in there. And now we look at what we want to convert. Well, we want to convert the 12. Do we ever want to convert the 20? How are we going to get there? You know, that's probably going to end up being kind of a loser line that I have no easy way to deal with. This is something interesting. Two different players could agree to merge a miner into a corporation. So if this can be kind of like an okay miner with money on it and whatever, it might actually be worth for a corporation to be willing to, like, you know, cut a deal where they're issuing shares or something like that, in order to take it over. I don't know what corporation wants it terribly though. Probably this one, the IRM. I had to do the calculation. That's the problem. So we ran at 18. 18 is more than twice this. So we go up to 90 a share. That's going to help. That's going to help. We're looking at the 12. The 12 is worth 270 bucks, which would mean 3 shares. Well, I don't want to give 3 shares up. I'm going to give up 2 for 180. Right? It's 270, right? 180. That means all I need to do is give 90 bucks in cash to the owner, and that'll crush the 12. I am going to take the token. Gives me a lot of goodies. A 2 train, an LP train. I can have that with the Pullman. They don't conflict. I can have it with the mail thing. That's just a private company whose income is determined by what I do, basically. And then all this yummy cash. What about all that? That's going to help. The ugly part of it is that, yeah, you know, I lose my good company. But I think it's okay. And I also think I absolutely need to start reducing the exposure that I have from 2 trains. I'm starting to get complicated. It's not there yet because I only have 2 tokens on the board, and they're each with only 1 exit still. I'm running at 19 a share at this point. The 3 train running up here and a deuce running here, which puts me just a little bit above, and is enough to keep giving me runs. Yeah, double runs. He's going to get another double move. But does the game only end, like, if a miner hits here, does the game end? Like, I don't think of that as a possibility, but we don't have game end there. It's got to be somewhere. Game end. In which a major company's stock market value. Yeah, so the miners can shoot up here, and that doesn't do me anything. No, wait. At the end of the operating round in which a company's stock market value reaches the game end final stock market, at the end of the first operating round following in which the stock market value reaches the game end value. All right, which one? At the end of the operating round in which a company's stock market, at the end of the first operating round following a stock round. Oh, yeah, okay. A major company. Yes, a minor does count if it makes it up there. A major company can get up there through all shares being sold out. Okay. I think that is the end of the operating round. Puts us to the stock round, and I want to take the stock round on. I'm kind of tired, but I feel like it's kind of important here. Even though we had a big stock round, I think at the beginning of this one, let's get things kind of shaken out, I guess. I don't know. Am I willing to face it? Damn hard to tell. Gosh. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that. So, miners are scary as hell right now. But it is almost certain that we're going to be facing a $300 cost. The most stock value you can have in a miner is $200. You could throw another $100 into that stock value. On top of that, you could pay $300 for a $200 share or a certificate for the miner. And I don't think that money counts, though. Right? Let's take a look. So, share price, we're in phase 3. So, yes, the entire bid amount would go into the treasury. But the stock value can still not exceed $100, which means you pay $200 for the share. It becomes a very hard thing for companies to buy because it's starting at a high value. Well, I mean, these aren't easy either, right? Oh, gosh. What I'm looking at here is, the 13 is awfully yummy, right? But I don't have the finances to put another train in play. Now, this guy doesn't either. Not until round 5 does he have another train. And he's got plenty of problems. He's got too many privates. I actually think that the person I feel the most comfortable with is this guy over here with all these resources sitting. Like, he bought a lot of privates, didn't have a lot of miners. He only had 2 miners. I can perhaps maybe kind of rescue this one. It's got a decent amount of money on it. I've got a corporation. I might be able to do it. Everybody else I feel really, really worried about. You know, these guys are sitting on 2 trains now. Okay, it's only one company. He can absorb this. I think he's okay because he's got the capability. Well, I don't know, because he can only buy one more share of that thing. Over here, this is scary. I'm just starting a company, same position other people were in. They started, you know, their concessions, they turned them into corporations so late, and at a time when miners were still being formed, you know, and it's like, yeah, I don't know what's going on here, right? That cost $300. I don't see $300 on any of those. Over here, yeah, the 18 has shitloads of money. It's the one that has to go over, and that's a problem. I'm also not allowed to swallow. It just pays out as long as it has trains. I'm allowed to steal its train. That might somehow save me, but I don't know. On the bright side, I do have a lot of cash to throw into it, but I'm an operating round later than I want it to be, and I think I'm in a lot of trouble sitting on 4 miners here. Wowzer. This guy, he's taken a hit already, much like this guy has, and was it this guy? Yeah. And even though I only had 2 miners, I don't feel all that comfortable about this one. Maybe I shouldn't feel all that comfortable about this one either. But the corporation looks rich enough to kind of cope with it. And it has like the mail run, which is, a lot of money. I'm too tired. I think we'll do the stock round. Do we want to start the next video with the stock round? I'm always, yeah, I think this was a long enough video. Let's start the next one with the stock round. That way I'll load this one up, which is part of why I wanted to do the stock round. But, yeah. These are kind of the meatier parts of the game where the big decisions are happening. And I don't want to fuck it up, and I fear I will.